And a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl ahead of day 3 of this county championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Somerset. The state of play as we wait for the hover cover to go off. I must admit that's quite surprised me. I suppose it's a little duller overhead than we've had yesterday, but obviously the ground staff feel that there's no problem, so once that disappears we will get underway. Hampshire in their first innings, 194 for 3, and they lead Somerset by 10 runs. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from Amelia Clark, she's back with us. Also Charlotte Taylor, the former Southern Vipers off-spinner, is also with us today, and a very good friend from BBC Bristol and Somerset, Anthony Gibson, is here. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Kev. Cool, what a noise that hover cover does make. I think it's even louder than the one at Edgbaston. Here come the players. I can see the two umpires as well, Mike Burns and David Milnes, coming down the steps. The Somerset fielding side from the visitors' dressing room. Somerset need early wickets. I talked to Somerset bowling coach, the ever positive Steve Kirby, after the close of play last night. He insisted that Somerset was still very much in this. 2 or 3 early wickets could transform the situation, and Somerset could very well, he said, be on track to win the game. I think that's maybe a certain amount of wishful thinking in there. I think Somerset will do well to get out of this with a draw, and it may be that the weather tomorrow will be their ally in that, because there's some heavy showers forecast. But early wickets, the priority for Somerset. That's for sure. Nick Gubbins on 58 and Liam Dawson on 50 will resume their 4th wicket partnership, which currently is 76 unbroken. Funny enough, I also spoke to Steve Kirby last night for a little while. He was saying that he thought that the way the Hampshire batters, but especially Nick Gubbins, left the ball outside off stump was exemplary. And he felt that perhaps, you know, it sort of made the bowler's bowl a little straighter, and then of course he was able to sort of pick the ball off on the leg side a little bit more. But yeah, he thought it was terrific. Well. Yeah, terrific. I always thought cricket was about scoring runs, though. Well, it is. It is in the main. I mean, obviously, if you left every ball you faced, either the bowling is pretty rubbish, but also you wouldn't score any runs. I'm rather an admirer of Ben Duckett, who I think leaves about 2 balls out of every 100 he faces. Well, you're right, but not everybody's Ben Duckett. There's not many people blessed with that sort of talent, but I know what you mean. But it's a very important part of the game. It's not particularly important in T20 cricket, less so in 50-over cricket, but I think in 4-day cricket it is very much part. If that's the way you play, it is very much part of your overall makeup of the, you know, the way you bat, I would say. So the ground staff are hanging around the hover cover. They are, yeah. They haven't completely gone. Weather doesn't look threatening. I mean, it's overcast, but the clouds are high. There's blue sky away to the west, which is where the bad weather usually comes from. Yeah. So I'd be surprised if we get interruption for rain today. The forecast is pretty good. I agree. On my app, it says 5% chance of rain. So. And I look away to the west on our right-hand side, there's predominantly blue sky. Yeah, so a bit more of a cloud cover above us. It's not sunny by any stretch of the imagination, so maybe they're just a little worried for just a few minutes, maybe a bit longer, just in case. There's a couple of spots, but there'll be no more. So it looks like Alfie Osborne, the left-arm seamer, is going to get day 3 underway from our commentary end. 194 for 3, then he's bowling to Nick Gubbins. 2 slips, Gubbins off the back foot, steers that up to mid-off, and we are underway. So yeah, interesting. I mean, it doesn't matter what position you are in a game, you have to believe, don't you? You have to believe there's a way out or there's a way forward in which you can get yourselves into a winnable position or certainly save the game. So yeah, I can quite understand maybe 1 or 2 of those comments, in a way. Somerset going to have to work really, really hard, though, to take the remaining 7 wickets. Definitely. Osborne bowls. Gubbins tries to pull that away. Gets hit on the arm, I think, and the ball deflects down to 3rd man. I think that would be leg byes. Yeah, signalled as such by the umpire. So 195 for 3. cricket teams bat so long these days as well. You know, even if you're 7 or 8 down, there's absolutely no guarantee you're going to take the last 2 or 3 wickets in a hurry, as we saw yesterday from Somerset.
Yeah.
Where, you know, they were, what were they, 96 for 7 when Craig Overton was out, and finished with 184, nearly doubling the score with the last 3 wickets.
Yeah, that could prove important. Here's Ogborn to the right hand of Dawson, who clips her away down to fine leg. Nice easy way to get off the mark this morning. He moves on to 51, 196 for 3. The lead is now 12.
Steve Coe was very pleased with the way Alfie Ogborn bowled yesterday afternoon. Said how much work he put in during the winter. He's put on, I think, a yard of pace. He looks stronger. He's filled out around his chest and shoulders. He's looking more like a fast bowler now.
Yeah. And he has good shape on the ball, which is important.
He also agreed with you and me that perhaps Tom Lammonby, the other Somerset left arm seamer, could be given a few more overs.
Is he? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's wide of off stump. And Gubbins lets that one go. Good leave, although that's quite wide of off stump anyway. Just what we've been talking about. I think Gubbins, and he's leaving outside the off stump. Yeah, well, I in a way, I think Lammonby's got probably a slightly better action than Alfie Ogborn. For honest, Ogborn's got a bit more pace. They both have good shape on the ball. But I think Lammonby's got a lovely action.
Well, he didn't concede a run in his 2 overs.
No.
It'd be interesting to see if he takes the next over.
Ogborn bowls, that's straightened a fraction. Gubbins is forward. Goes out into the covers. Very still day today.
Was it Liam Dawson you spoke to at close?
Yeah, spoke to Liam Dawson.
What did he make of the pitch?
He says that when they changed the ball, which yesterday was 162 for 3 after 46.5 overs, he said he felt there was a little bit more pace in the ball. But he said generally he thinks there's a little bit more pace in this wicket than there has been in the past. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that out into the covers once more. And that will be the end of the first over of day 3. 196 for 3. Hampshire have advanced by 2. So I thought that was quite interesting because this pitch, as I say, once the sun comes out, it does tend to slow up. But he felt there was, you know, on day 2 there was probably a little bit more pace overall on it. Which of course
still
would make
fairly easy pace though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And batsmen seem to have plenty of time to play their shots.
Definitely.
But you can play shots on this pitch, which is ought to make for good cricket.
Yeah.
Craig Overton's going to bowl the first over from the pavilion end. 2 slips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1. Then out at third man and long leg. Oh, Craigie, come on, boy, says Tom Abel from first slip. Here comes Overton in and bowls, brings this one back into Dawson, plays it out into the onside. Liam Dawson on 51 from exactly 100 deliveries. He's been the more aggressive of these 2 Hampshire batsmen. Not a big crowd in here today. Spectators scattered around the Ingleby Mackenzie stand and the Shane Warne stand as Overton bowls, and this Dawson reaches for a wide one and gets it away through the offside for 4 runs. That's more like it. He could easily have left that, but he decided not to.
Yeah.
And it was a good shot, and that brings up the Hampshire 200. 200 for 3, so a lead of 16, and Hampshire very much in the box seat.
Yeah, it's just swung a bit actually. That's why he reached for it a little bit at the end. There was a bit of shape on that one.
We'd have thought the ball might swing a bit more today under cloudy skies. Point for LBW, given not out by David Milnes. That must have been close, judging by the vociferous nature of the appeal. Craig Overton, hands on knees. Maybe just going down. I think maybe just going down.
Yeah, I think that's
Batsman
really
getting the benefit of the doubt, quite rightly.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, on the replay, it looked less out than the actual real time. I think that's a really good decision. I think you're right. I totally agree with you on that one.
Well, he is a very good umpire, David Milnes. They both are. They're two of the best umpires on the circuit, these two. Overton tries again into Dawson, who comes slightly uncertainly forward to a good length ball. He gets a long, hard look from Big Craig. Don't think anything very much was said. They presumed Overton and Dawson play together for Southern Brave. Is that right?
No. Dawson and yes, Overton. Yes.
Overton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dawson doesn't. He plays for London Spirit.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. No, he's never played for Southern Brave.
Well, they know each other pretty well anyway. Overton in and bowls, and this one is a little bit shorter, bounces a little bit more. Dawson gets on top of the bounce and turns it into the onside.
I can understand Craig Overton, you know, sort of thinking that surely that's out. And I think, you know, when you're bowling, sometimes you think that looks right, that so looks right. But I think when he looks later on at the highlights or whatever, he would say, do you know what?
I think if we had DRS, it would have been umpire's call. It might have clipped the leg stump. Overton in and bowls, and again Dawson reaches for a ball outside the off stump, but this time hits it straight to Tom Lammonby at extra cover. That's the end of the second over. Close call there for Craig Overton with that LBW shout against Liam Dawson, but Dawson survives, and Hampshire 200 for 3, Dawson on 55 and Gubbins on 58.
Lead is 16 now. We're doing extra time today for the overs and time that we've lost previously in the match. Here's the replay again. It just seems back into Dawson, and if it had held its line, then I think he would have been in trouble. But actually, as it pitched, it just nipped back a fraction. I think that's what's given Dawson a reprieve there. Good decision, David Milnes. Here's Alfie Osborne bowls. Gubbins on the back foot. That's worked up to mid-off. And there is no run. So yes, live picture feed. If you want to watch the game, it's on the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to the Somerset Cricket website. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. And also on most smart speakers, just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Somerset Day 3. Here's Ogborne again, bowls, and Gubbins is on the back foot. Can't find a gap in the covers once more.
Did you see the story overnight about Weber Suryavanshi?
You've been practicing that.
I have. Suryavanshi, 14-year-old Indian batsman. He only turned 14 about a month ago. Hit his first ball in the IPL for 6 and went on to make 34 from 20 deliveries.
Incredible,
He must be incredibly precocious. As a name to look out for.
Yeah, I think there's a clip of that on the BBC Sport website, isn't there? That's swung full. Gubbins jags down on that one, comes off the bottom of the bat up towards
That's
middle.
exactly where I found it.
Yeah,
on the
right.
BBC Sport website.
Back over the bowler's, well, it's a bit over mid-off, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Over the bowler's head.
But, you know,
14?
14.
IPL?
Only just 14. He's been playing first-class cricket in India since he was 13.
Incredible, isn't it? He's going to earn some money over the years, isn't he?
Certainly will. Well, I think he's got a £100,000 contract at the IPL already.
Ogborne bowls, straightens a fraction. Lovely shot, Gubbins through mid-on. Beautiful. Mid-on's slightly wide. Gubbins timed that absolutely beautifully. There was a bit of shape on that as it arrived to the batter.
Do you think Hampshire are going to go for quickish runs today? Try and set up a declaration given the weather forecast for tomorrow?
Well, I think they've got themselves in a decent position where you would think, yeah, let's not be too negative about this morning. Yeah, I still don't think they'll be looking to, you know, a couple of wickets here and you've undone an awful lot of good work. And as Liam Dawson said to me last night, there is an awful lot of time left in this game. Gubbins pushes forward, even if there is a bit of rain. Again, it's gone out into the covers. And also, you know, you know, and certainly when you're out there playing, that, you know, sometimes you think, oh, the rain's coming tomorrow, and then you get to tomorrow and you think, oh, I thought we were going to lose half the day. We've lost 10 overs. So you have to be a little bit careful in your calculations, because if you calculate for what you think the rain might be, and then it doesn't materialise, or it's an awful lot less, you actually, if you've played a certain brand of cricket leading up to that, you actually could put yourself back in the, you know, in a bad situation. So you've got to be a little, you've got to keep the rain in mind. That's a nice shot by Gubbins down towards deep third man, just cut that away. He keeps the strike at the end of that over, moves on to 63. 205 for 3, the lead is 21. So if the rain is pretty obvious it's coming, then you would have to make some sort of calculations. But you, as I say, you have to be a little careful. But yeah, they'll be positive, but I don't think they'll be overly. I'd be very surprised, especially before lunch.
No, I wouldn't know, but I would have thought, I'm just doing some sort of mental calculations. I mean, if they score, say, 200 runs up to tea, that would give them a lead of just over 200 runs, 220 runs and so on. And they'd probably want to bat on beyond that, wouldn't they? So maybe declare with half an hour to go, something like that, with lead of 300 plus. We shall see. Here's Overton in to Gubbins. Overton bowling around the wicket. Similar field, except we have dispensed with the third man, so we've got now 6, saving 1 from backward point through cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a long leg. As Overton comes in from the pavilion end, the sight sheet behind him, and Gubbins is forward, playing that firmly out into the covers, but straight to Tom Lammonby. The sight sheet not blowing around this morning as it was yesterday.
So when you were speaking to Steve yesterday, I mean, was he talking about how he, well, you did say it initially, didn't you, about how Somerset, you know, would find a way back into the game, but did he sort of say really how he thought this would play out a bit?
Not really. This is, oh, and this one gets Gubbins in a certain amount of trouble. What he said was, you can never tell with cricket. There's a lot of times left in this game. It's too early, really, to say how it will play out. But if Somerset can pick up 2 or 3 early wickets, then things would look very different.
Yeah, they would.
Which is certainly true.
Which is why, of course, you have to be a little careful if you're thinking about the weather and you do play. You do try and up it too early.
Yeah, cricket captains tend to discount the weather. Overton in and bowls, and good ball, well played by Gubbins. They seem to work on the assumption that we will get the schedule hours of play, rather than trying to second guess the weather. I mean, there are times if you've got a depression roaring in from the Atlantic, then you know you can be fairly sure it's going to pour with rain. But tomorrow's forecast is not like that at all. No. It could be showery, or we might escape showers altogether. That's outside the off stump. Well left by Gubbins. The hallmark of his innings. Yeah,
it is, isn't it? I stand corrected, and apologies to everybody, and apologies to you, Anthony, because Greg Thornett has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com, who says Dawson did play for Southern Brave in the first season of the 100 alongside Craig Overton. So apologies. He said then he went to London Spirit. I must admit, yeah, I've always thought of him as London Spirit, so apologies.
That's all right. Is Overton in and bowls. I don't regard myself as an expert on the 100 in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, but I think with GMR taking over Hampshire now, and of course after all the sales that went on a couple of months ago or what have you, this is a bit more, it feels a bit more integrated. It's always been integrated here, of course, because they play here, but I think now it's all become under a bit more of one umbrella. That I think, yeah, it feels a lot. Southern Brave feel a lot more aligned with Hampshire, I think. There's a change.
Yep.
Anthony, you're already off.
Yep.
God.
Go and have a break.
Yeah.
Nice cup of coffee.
Alfie Ogborn then from our commentary in the hotel end, left arm over. It's going to be Charlotte Taylor coming in alongside me for the first time this season, former Southern Vipers off-spinner. That's pulled away by Dawson. Oh, and he was almost caught at mid-wicket. It was almost Gubbins taking Banton in the first innings. But this time, the fielder, Tom Abel, couldn't quite hold on to it. He juggled with the ball above his head, one-handed, twice. And it just did not quite stick. Hello, Charlotte. What a time to enter commentary. Almost a dramatic moment there.
Almost, but not quite.
Almost, but not quite. You're right.
I'll stand on my seat again.
Oh, yes, I forgot you have to stand on the chairs to see over the railings. Oh, and he's wrapped on the top of the thigh there, Dawson. That's hurt. The ball just seemed to stick a bit in the pitch and just held its line, and Dawson's in pain. He doesn't like showing it, Liam Dawson, but he's bent down, just off camera if you're watching the live picture feed. About halfway between there he is. And that's hurt. My word, that's hurt.
They say don't rub it, don't they? But this is getting a little bit dramatic now.
Just watching again the moment. Two dramatic moments in two balls there. And, it's just hit him on the top of the thigh, isn't it?
It's in that gap between the thigh guard and if he was wearing wearing his pad and everything.
So,
he's still not happy, is he?
He's not happy.
He's now milking it. Can we say that he's now officially milking it?
205 for 3. Here's Ogborn. Comes in and bowls, and Dawson's forward. That goes up to mid-on. Email here from Stephen in Berkhamsted. Lovely part of the world. sonatcricket@gmail.com. It says, good morning, the whole commentary team. Is there any consensus as to what score Hampshire would declare? And then are we going to be able to bat out 4.5 sessions on this pitch, obviously from a Somerset perspective? And it was one for Antti, but Antti sort of gave his perspective just a few minutes ago, so hopefully you were listening. And for me, I don't know, I think it's too early to even think about that yet. Just want to bat for a while and then worry about it. Dawson, lovely shot through mid-wicket, all along the deck. And that ball should just about win that race. Yes, it does. Lovely shot from Liam Dawson, who's still holding the top of his leg as he completes that second run. Of course, didn't need to run. 209 for 3.
It's class. Just clips off the legs, all along the floor.
Yeah.
Those are the perfect ones, aren't they, where they just trickle into the rope.
Agreed.
The fielder's chasing full pelt the entire way and eventually loses the race.
Dawson moves on to 59, and he's in some pain out there.
How long is he going to be in pain for? How long are we going to see it for?
Well, how does something like that last? I suppose as you warm up, you spend time at the crease and you run between the wickets, the pain gets less. Dawson drives. Lovely shot through back of the point. Wide half volley there from Alfie Ogborn. That didn't swing at all. The ball was out there. And Dawson was equal to it. Just watching that again, and my word, that's wide.
Yeah, a real gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full, wide, nobody out, covering that offside boundary, other than the deep third that was nowhere near it.
Do you think he'll call for some spray?
Surely not.
Don't you think he will?
I don't know well enough, but I'm assuming not.
Wow.
I feel like if he was going to do it, he should have done it straight away. To do it now would be a little bit excessive. The moment's passed and all that.
Ogborn again. It's on the leg side this time. Wraps him on the pad. Past to diving James Rue. The pace has been taken off the ball, so it won't quite get to the rope. Although it has. Oh my word, the fielder dived over the top of that one. Right on the boundary. Is that
I think it might be
young Archie Vaughan? Yeah, it was, yeah. Well, that's 4 more. Leg buys, 217 for 3. Email here from Ralph Brooker, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, I gave Dawson out. That was the earlier LBW shout. I think we've been quite lucky with LBW shouts against our batters so far this season. I can think of a couple against Yorkshire and Surrey. People talking about it on the BBC Sport comments as well. And I thought Dawson was very honest in his interview last night about that last wicket partnership. I'm just trying to remember what he said. I'm terrible.
Overton from the pavilion end bowls to Gubbins, who nicely drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
That interview is on the Hampshire Cricket website. Also part of it on the @Sonat Sport X feed. But what did he say? That's terrible, isn't it?
It's only like 12 hours ago or something, but that's fine.
Oh well.
You've done so many interviews over the years, Kev. They probably just blend into one at times.
Just trying to think what he said. He said they bowl well. Yeah, he said Somerset bowl well at them. That's right.
They continue to do so here. Overton again around the wicket, left alone by Gubbins. 3 to Rue behind the stumps. There's something quite pleasing about a keeper that throws with his left hand. Like when he passes the ball back round. I quite enjoy that. I don't know if I'm alone in that feeling.
No. Sorry.
Element of difference. No, you're not alone. That's fine.
I'm still trying to think about what Dawson told me.
Well, I thought I could see the sort of the cogs whirring. It will come to you at some stage, probably over lunch. Overton again, a full delivery driven by Gubbins with no real timing to mid-on. And there is no run, 217 for 3. 3 dots to start the 69th over. The lead is 33.
If anybody watched that interview and would like to paraphrase, like to paraphrase what he said, please, sunandcricket@gmail.com. It will save me.
We could just play it back in a moment, but it'd be more fun this way. 2 slips waiting behind the stumps. Overton in, round the wicket again. A quick single taken by Gubbins to the right of mid-off, and they get through safely. A bit of a tumble from the fielder, but a single is taken. 100-run partnership between Dawson and Gubbins. 215 balls stretched over from last night into this morning. These two really hammering home this lead now, 34 and building.
Yeah, so what have we had? 68 and a bit overs in this innings, so we've still got about another 11 overs and a bit, haven't we, with this ball, before the second new ball is due.
Change of angle for the right-handed Dawson. Overton comes over the wicket to him. Still 2 slips awaiting. Past the umpire, bowls to Dawson, who's defending. A couple of steps forward just to reiterate his movements. No run taken, 218 for 3.
Well, it's been a solid start by Hampshire again, hasn't it? I know it's only 23 minutes, but I don't think anything's got past the outside edge, has it, yet this morning, Charlotte? I can't think of anything.
No, nothing's beaten it this morning. Overton in once more, bowls a full delivery, again defended by Dawson, back to the bowler. Some minor aggression, fake aggression from Craig Overton, and a dot ball to finish. Economical bowler, isn't he? Craig Overton, ridiculously so.
Yeah, number 38. Highest partnership of the innings, this one. Gubbins and Prest put on 80 for the third. There was a 38-run opening partnership between Stoneman and Middleton. Stoneman going pretty soon after Fletcher Middleton departed as well. Darren Mail is on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, Darren here again. I started off the Easter Cricket 11 yesterday. I don't know if you heard that, Charlotte. I know you were busy. Oh, of course, you were down in Glamorgan yesterday.
I was busy.
Oh, we'll come to that in a minute. Here's Ogbourne bowls. Gubbins works that to square leg, and there is no run. Yeah, we had fun with an Easter Cricket 11 yesterday.
Right, okay.
And
Is this Easter-related names?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, and well, we had it yesterday, so we sort of, it was all done and dusted in about an hour. We had so many emails, we couldn't read them all out. There was so many, it was so fun. But the highlight being that the captain, even though he doesn't play a level anywhere near first-class cricket, we had to put him in as captain. He plays for Twickenham 5th 11. Gubbins flicks that away, that's a good shot. That's 4 runs behind square on the leg side. Probably heard it hit the boundary board, hit with power as well. Gubbins moves on to 68, 22 for 3. The captain was Raj Saviour, and we thought that's a very apt name, so we put him straight in as captain. Anyway, so Darren started it all off. Well, there was people like Alan Lamb, as you'd expect, Roy Palmer, there was a John Easter, Kate Cross. Well. So it was a mixed 11. Anyway, Darren started it all off yesterday. So thank you for that, Darren. Started an absolute avalanche of emails he did. Ogbourne bowls, Gubbins on the back foot, strikes it hard, but always misfielded at mid-off, and they'll take a single. 223 for 3. The lead now is 39. Darren says, been at the ground for the last 2 days, but unfortunately a family lunch and I can't get out of means I'm not at the ground today. He says, let's push big
Which
so
we've already
hopefully
won.
that all goes well. Yeah, well, we got our fair share here. The club were very kind and brought up a selection of Easter eggs, which was nice, and then supplemented since by Charlotte and also Amelia. Well, that's a bit of swing there. Dawson works that way down to fine leg, 2.24 for free.
You can't come here on Easter Sunday and not bring some sort of Easter chocolate.
Well, I didn't.
I was fully expecting to be dressed like a bunny, actually. And the fact that you're not, I'm quite disappointed. Just for reference,
really?
Kevin James is not dressed like the Easter bunny.
Did you only agree to do commentary today thinking that I would turn up in a bunny outfit?
Well, I did ask the club whether that, and I actually, went into Solent specifically to ask if that was a request that could be sort of fulfilled, and yeah, no, not on this occasion, but that's okay. Maybe next year?
Well, it sounds like, fortunately, there's not one in the props department at the BBC, so that's a bit of luck. Here's Ogbourne, that's swung, and lovely shot, Gubbins through the covers, off the front foot. My word, he's in good nick, this boy. And that shot takes him on to 73, takes the Hampshire total on to 228 for 3. And that lead now, which was just 10 runs at 11 o'clock, is now 44.
It's a brilliant shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Square drive, again, a wide delivery from Ogbourne, which allows the shot to be played in the first place, but you've still got to put it away.
That's for sure. Thank you, Vernon Needham, as well, who's listening in Bangkok, or watching in Bangkok. That's a cutaway by Gubbins, and that's fielded at cover. Oh, my word, I thought that was on the full there for a minute. 228 for 3. He says also, yeah, Craig Overton and Liam Dawson played together for Southern Brave in 2021. Apologies for not knowing that. So got quite a few mails in already in the morning. Yeah, that's right. 220. That was the first year, wasn't it? Yeah, London. He's been a London Spirit boy. I know that since then. Martin Newman. Morning to you. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning from Holland. Let's hope we can get a 4 days play and a good score from Hampshire.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? Try and bat once, bat long, if possible. That would be the ultimate goal.
It would. So yes, you were at Glamorgan yesterday.
Yeah, I was down in Cardiff, and there was probably no surprises that it did rain for the first 4 hours that I was there. Well, actually, it rained overnight, so I was there longer. But I like Sphere Gardens. It's nice down there.
Yeah, it is right. Yeah,
right by the river. Out. And there was actually people you could actually see once the the rain did stop and we were able to get outside and all the rest of it. You could actually see people walking along the River Taff and having a nice afternoon. And
yeah.
Kind of popping their heads over to see what was going on inside the ground, which is quite nice.
So tell us, because this is a new role for you.
It is a new role.
Yeah,
I've gone to the dark side. I'll just come back to that in a second. A change of bowling. Lammonby in from the pavilion end, bowls over the wicket to Dawson, who clips it onto the leg side for a single. I have gone to the dark side. So I've gone to Sussex to be their new Tier 2 assistant coaches. They started their campaign yesterday against Glamorgan. Did lose the first game. It was a bit of a run out and lost by 54. Yeah, a bit of a rain delay. Ended up being a 25 over game rather than a 50 over game. So obviously all our 50 over prep was a little bit tainted. Lammonby in again. A short delivery cut by Gubbins back with a squared for 4. Great shot all along the floor. He's seeing it well. He's been offered some width though in the last 10 minutes or so. Basically since I've come on air. And he's climbed into that one as well. Nicely balanced. 233 for 3. He moves on to 77. Yeah, so we were down there yesterday and lost the first game to a good Glamorgan side, actually. But yeah, a little bit of work to do before we head off to Hove on Saturday, where we play Yorkshire. Lammonby in again, another wide delivery. Low in his stance is Gubbins and cuts to the fielder that's now been placed at deep point, just for a single. Score moves to 234 for 3.
And Yorkshire lost yesterday as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they lost heavily yesterday to Worcester. So there's 2 games going on today. Kent are playing Middlesex. And Leicester are playing Northamptonshire in the Tier 2. New Tier 2, which is not, just to reiterate, fully professional at the moment. Make that clear, they're semi-professional teams. A full delivery, half hit by Liam Dawson, back to mid-on. No real timing on that one.
So it's interesting Tier 2's got underway before Tier 1. Because Tier 1 starts during the week next week.
Yeah, and I think it's just because
BBC, by the way, Hampshire.
the Tier 2 cricket will have to be weekends primarily because of the nature of Tier 2 not being fully professional. They can't play midweek, they've got normal jobs, normal lives. Yeah. So I think they have to spread them out mainly at weekends. So starting a little bit earlier, a forward defensive by Dawson to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. Lammonby threw 5 of his first 6 deliveries. He's conceded 6 so far.
Yeah, interesting, actually. Yeah, so Hampshire start their campaign at Warwickshire on Wednesday, and there will be live commentary on the picture feed, but also on the BBC Sport website and app. Hampshire's first game, Hampshire winning in Tier 1.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lammonby, final ball of his first over today. Hits Dawson on the pads. It's come back a little bit, half an appeal from Lammonby and a couple of others. No real consensus of appeal though. Just see if you can watch that one again on the live picture feed coming up now. If you're listening and watching, yeah, it's just pitch outside leg stumping going down.
Bit of swing. Still a bit,
for the left armers here today.
Yeah, they found a bit. Charlotte Taylor is staying on, and then Amelia Clark for the first time this morning will come alongside her.
Thank you, Kevin. 234 for 3 this game here at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire lead by 50 now. On day 3, early on day 3, just started here. Gubbins 78 not out. Dawson with him 65 not out. And they've just passed 100 partnership, this pair, as we welcome Amelia into the, I say commentary box, it's a commentary...
Gantry,
yeah.
I've been calling it.
A commentary pavilion, it seems like it's so big.
Balcony.
Yeah, it's lovely up here. I always love the view up here.
It's a great view.
Change of bowling from this, the hotel end as well, is Casey Aldridge. The tall Casey Aldridge bowls to Gubbins, flicks it nicely off a full delivery on leg stump and gets a single out to deep square. That fielder's just in front of square. Takes the score to 235 for 3. Aldridge bowled 11 overs yesterday and went for 47 of his 11 overs. No wickets to his name so far. Pretorius was probably the most sort of impactful bowler yesterday. The overseas from South Africa picked up 2 wickets. Yet to see him today, but I'm sure it won't be too long if they want wickets, which they most certainly do. Somerset, Aldridge in again, cutting as Dawson out to the fielder at deep backward point. They're coming back for a second, and they'll get it easily. Good running by Dawson.
We've had a few emails in this morning. So you had one from an Andrew Long saying, dear hello everyone. Shout out to Barry and Sue Long in the Shane Warne stand, back again from another season to watch the Shire from their son Andy. So hello Barry and Sue, and thank you. If you do want to email in, it's solentcricket@gmail.com. We've got a few coming in now, but we'll endeavour to read them as we go through.
Hello Barry and Sue. I don't know if you can see me. I'm actually in bright yellow if you can see me.
We're waving.
We are waving if you can see us. I don't know if they're listening, but we are waving.
No one's waving back.
That's okay. Little discussion going on between Aldridge and I think that might be Tom Abel at mid-off to Dawson. I'm hoping it's saying, for Somerset point of view, is don't give him any width. And that's a much better delivery, straight and defended, but got the outside edge of Dawson's bat and runs down to third for another single. Dawson moves to 68. The score for Hampshire 238 for 3. The lead is 54.
So if you were out there today, what would you be saying to your bowler?
Well, I'd be saying don't give them any more width, because they've just climbed into anything that's wide, full and wide, short and wide, it doesn't matter. So to build a little bit of pressure, I'd be saying...
Got to be tight.
You've got to be tight, absolutely. And he's taken that on board, the young Casey Aldridge. He's a tall man, he clips that one Gubbins backward a square, runs the first one hard, but cannot come back for a second as the throw comes in. He moves to 80. It's a really good partnership between these two seasoned pros in their own right. I was surprised actually when James Vince obviously announced that he wasn't going to be playing the Red Bull format this year and who was going to take captaincy and blah blah blah. And Ben Brown was an obvious option, but I also thought that Gubbins might be in there.
Yeah.
Because he's done it in the 50 over stuff, and I think he's done it before once. If Vince has missed a few games, a back of a length delivery from Aldridge and played nicely into the vacant mid-wicket area. There is a fielder out deep on the leg side who does the fielding, but they do collect another single to Hampshire. Dawson to 69. I did think that Gubbins potentially would be another name that was in the hat. His name probably was in the hat, but I'm surprised he didn't take it. And I just wonder whether it's because he's done so well since he's come from Middlesex and not having that responsibility as captain, possibly.
He might quite like it. He might just want to be, actually, you know, I'm going to focus on my game and not have to worry about that sort of captaincy for now.
And frees him up. And he's facing Aldridge here. It's a bit of a shorter delivery. He's cut nicely to the fielder at third. The throw comes in. It's a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, they thought about going for 2
unit.
then,
but they decided against
changed
it.
Again.
72 overs gone in this day 3 here at Utilita Bowl. The score is 241 for 3. The lead is 57 Hampshire over the lead over Somerset. A struggling Somerset, actually.
Yeah,
who lost badly to Sussex last week. 260 they lost by to Sussex. It was a bit of a hammering. They want to put that right if they can.
And I think we're going to have another Lammonby over. He will be coming in from the pavilion end. We'll be facing Gubbins, the left-hander.
I apologise for my cough. It's been sticking around for a fair while now. So.
As Lammonby is in, bowls a little bit shorter and it just jumps off to the leg side. Carries through to the wicket keeper at the back there. As Lammonby begins his trudge back to the top of his mark.
It is a bit of a trudge, isn't it?
I've noticed also most of the Somerset players, they have this sort of like curving run up as they come in, whereas a lot of the Hampshire ones are a lot straighter. It's obviously just personal choice, but it's something that's, it's quite interesting to watch as Lammonby begins his run up again towards the hotel end, and Gubbins manages to just push that off to fine leg, but there's a sweeping fielder there at the boundary who'll pick it up and just hold them at 1 run there.
Yeah, I think it's especially the left-handers. I've always found when I'm coaching bowling and you get the left-handed bowlers, especially when they're bowling to a right-handed batter, if they just run up straight, they'll hit the leg side every time, because of the natural way that the pitch is dead straight. They need to angle it across. So sometimes you see he'll start wider, Lammonby, to come in to get that angle and to be able to approach properly and align his feet and everything to go towards that slip fielder.
Lammonby in again, a little bit fuller this time. Gubbins pushes it off and manages to go for 1. There's a big throw it, but Dawson is able to get in just at time at the wicket-keeping end.
So yeah, sometimes that's when you'll see the more curved run-up, if you like, for a left-handed bowler. But sometimes it's just about rhythm and preference. I see lots of players, they walk back and they loop round, and it's just to keep the sort of momentum going, rather than stopping.
Yeah.
They like to sort of just keep the momentum going.
Which makes sense. Absolutely. So the field's adjusted for the left-handed Gubbins as Lammonby begins again towards us at the hotel end. He bowls a little bit shorter this time. Oh, and there's a big shout for overs. I mean, it's been given. Gubbins is out on 82. Yeah, just have a look at that replay.
He knew that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Gubbins. He
the
was
head
almost
went down
he almost knew that straight away, and so did Tom Lammonby. To be fair, he didn't really appeal. He just kept running. As we watch it again, it's dead in front on the back leg, and Lammonby gets his first wicket, 1 for 8. Gubbins, made 82, a good 82, but he just sort of played all round a straight one, really. And his head's down as he's walking off, because he probably is pretty disappointed.
I would say so, yeah. And there was a really nice partnership beginning to sort of form again this morning between the two. He was on 82, so he was climbing towards that 100 mark. And he'll probably feel that was a bit of a silly mistake. But good bowling from Lammonby made it difficult for him, and unfortunately, he falls at 82. So the next batter we have in will be Toby Albert.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery from
Ben Brown,
Lammonby.
apologies. Ben Brown's coming in.
Because, Lammonby bowled a couple of wide ones, a couple of balls before, and got one a little bit straighter that Dawson managed to scamper off strike with, and then that one was right on the money. And it was needed, because Somerset they were struggling to keep their line a little bit for a few overs. And the change of bowling has worked in its second over. Lammonby strikes, and the lead 59 at the moment, Hampshire. And they want to keep building that. They've lost 4 wickets now. They bat a long way down. That's the problem. I mean, Brad Will was carded at 11, and he definitely can bat.
Yeah.
And they've added strength with the batting in Fuller as well. So they've got options and they've got depth, Hampshire, so they just need to keep batting.
So Ben Brown will come in and face his first ball in on the Lammonby Bowl. The fielding is just resetting, everyone wandering out to their marks. Ben Brown, I think, just getting his eye line in, tapping the ground a few feet away up the mark.
Ben Brown duck in the first innings against Surrey last week.
Oh, he'll be keen to change that. Lammonby is in, bowls, and he manages to just push that off to a fielder at short leg.
And he didn't bat in the second innings, so he's a bit short of runs in the last week or so. An opportunity. He's got a big one here now as captain. Captain armband on. They probably don't wear a captain armband. It's football, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone just knows they're captain.
They just know. You don't need an armband.
Yeah.
You just know. As Lammonby is in again, Ben Brown is ready there, and the couple of chasers and fielders will pick up that ball, and they're just being held at 1. And we'll have that is, I think, the end of the over, it seems. So we'll have change in fielding. Although Lammonby does seem to be. Oh yeah, no.
Looks like they're going to bowl an extra one. We had it
Yeah.
down as over. Umpires think otherwise.
Fair enough. Lammonby waits at the top of his mark, and he begins his run. Finds his stride, in, bowls, over the wicket. A little bit fuller this time. It's pushed off to mid-wicket.
That'll be over then.
That will be the over then.
Oh, apparently it's a no ball. There we go.
Oh,
that's why. It's just come up that the ball previous to that one was a no ball. Means the extra one was bowled. Just looking at the wicket once again, if you're watching the live picture feed, it was plumb in front. Nick Gubbins knew. He walks off actually with a bit of a smile on his face, as if to say, yeah, I was out.
Dawson just stood with a hand on hip going, oh, there's not a lot I can do there, mate.
Yeah, you knew. Definitely knew. Aldridge then from the hotel end, just getting his fielders in place. He's going to opt for 2 slips by the looks of things. Reinforcements on the leg side. The previous over to Dawson, there was a fielder out in the deep, but because Ben Brown is the new batter, that fielder's come in as he leaves this one alone outside off stump. It's a tall man, Casey Aldridge. Didn't realise quite how tall he was actually.
Yeah.
Does anyone he looks tall from. I mean, anyone looks tall compared to me.
I mean, you're stood on a chair at the
Yeah,
moment.
and before anyone gets that one in, because there will be people that will email, text, or do whatever, they'll say everyone looks tall compared to you, Charlotte. Which I am, I'm fully aware of, but he's taller than I thought. As he bowls to Brown, who again leaves that one outside the off stump, and it goes through to James Rue behind the stumps.
We have had an email in, solentcricket@gmail.com, from an Adrian Loopman saying, hello, Solent cricket team. Just a quick email from a pleasantly warm Qatar. It's 29 degrees. We've had, as you may have heard over the last few days, they're emailing in from worldwide. So I'll read out Adrian's after this ball.
Worldwide listeners, welcome. It's 2.9 degrees here, I think, at the Utilita Bowl, not 29 degrees. A full delivery that Ben Brown has to play out on this occasion, and prods it into the onside to the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Adrian says, I'm a lifelong Hampshire supporter and thoroughly enjoying being able to watch them from the Middle East. Absolutely, and listening to your commentary. Would be interesting to know whether the team believes that Hampshire can win the county championship this year. Great work, keep it up. Well, thank you, Adrian. I don't think anyone's quite thinking that far ahead at the moment. We don't like to jinx it at this point, but yeah, it will be interesting to see how they progress.
Somerset on the attack. Now we want into I just completely missed a delivery then as I was thinking about something else, which Casey Aldridge bowled a full delivery which Ben Brown defends back to the bowler. But Somerset are always described, and Hampshire probably are described as the bridesmaids but never the bride.
Oh, yeah.
So there are 2 of the teams that have been up there for the last 2 or 3 years and just sort of been pipped at the post by Surrey. So both of these sides will want their time in the sun this year.
Absolutely.
Aldridge in again, bowls to Brown, who's solidly in defence, back to the bowler in his follow through, and there is no run. A thumbs up from Liam Dawson to say good job.
A lovely phrase there. You said a time in the sun as we stand in a very cloudy Sunday, Easter Sunday.
Maybe the sun will come out in like July.
It was out yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think I actually got burnt on my arms a little bit. So.
It was more so than Cardiff. Cardiff was atrocious for the first 4 hours. And we were freezing down there yesterday. Aldridge in again. Wide outside the off stump. Left alone again by Ben Brown. Goes through to the keeper on the half volley. It's a bit of a nasty one for James Rew, actually, as he takes it on the half volley. That's a maiden over by Casey Aldridge. 246 for 4. There will be a change now. I'm going to make way for Anthony.
Yes, absolutely. So the batters seem to be just sort of conversing in the middle as they sort of wander back to their starting position. And we've got Dawson and Ben Brown in. So Dawson on 70. Ben Brown is yet to score as we begin the next over. Aldridge is in. Bowls, a little bit fuller this time. Blocked off. And no runs scored there. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, Emily. Yep, the Amelia, beg your pardon.
That's right.
The that's the first wicket that Tom Lammonby has taken since 2022.
Wow. Well, he'll be very pleased with that.
He didn't bowl many overs last season, didn't bowl any in 2023.
Lammonby in again, blocked by Dawson.
Because of he injured his foot. I think it was actually here at the beginning of the 2023 season. So he didn't bowl at all that season, and then 2024 he bowled, I think, 8 overs without taking a wicket. But he's looked to have good rhythm here this morning, and again, and previously yesterday evening when he bowled nicely.
Lammonby in again, bowls a little bit wider this time, and Dawson just took full advantage of that. But there is a fielder out at deep point who's going to sweep that up. Yeah, Charlotte and I were saying it's one of those that they've got to keep being really tight, really straight with their bowling. As soon as they wander ever so slightly wide, I think the Hampshire batsmen are pouncing.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset, they've stuck to their guns pretty well, the Somerset bowlers, but they lack penetration. One's being really honest, and it's wickets that Somerset need. They don't just need to keep the runs down.
Lammonby in again, a much straighter delivery there, and it's just gone scurrying past the square leg. He's going to have to chase it, but he's not going to get there, and it's going to run off for 4.
That wasn't very good from Sean Dixon. Should have stopped that.
Brings the Hampshire total to 251 for 4 after 74 overs in just
yeah, that was Tom Lammonby's 12th first-class wicket. And they have cost him, prior to this game, 59 runs apiece. So it's not a fantastic record bowling record.
In again, over the wicket. And Dawson manages to just play that off.
No ball.
Oh, thank you. Didn't see that.
I think. Oh, perhaps it isn't.
Yep,
yes, it
it's
is.
signalled now. The umpire just taking his time to signal that one.
It's rather gloomy for Easter Sunday, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Gloomy and chilly.
Yes. It always seems to be that on a bank holiday weekend. We never seem to have too much sunshine. Lammonby begins his run in again. Over the wicket. Bowls. Again, a much straighter delivery there. And Dawson's able to block it to mid-on.
Interesting that James Rew is standing back to Tom Lammonby. Lammonby's only medium pace, I suppose. Maybe he's a little bit quicker than he looks. He's got a nice rhythmical action.
Yes. Yeah, you can see that just in his run-up as well. He's got a really nice sort of pace. Doesn't look too strenuous as he then again over the wicket. Much straighter once again, really tight on that one, and it's just pushed off to square the wicket on leg side. And they'll run for 1. And that brings the over to a close. 255 for Hampshire for 4 after 75 overs.
I think it was Stephen from Berkhamsted was asking about what sort of score Hampshire might be looking at before declaring. I would suggest 500 if they can get there.
Wow. Yeah.
Which would give them a lead of 300.
Yep.
And the best, well, all day tomorrow and maybe half a session later on this afternoon to bowl Somerset out. And they'll I think, if I was captaining Hampshire, that would be my plan anyway.
Well,
but that depends on them. That depends on them getting 500 runs in the first place.
Absolutely.
And 4 down at the moment, and it's Casey Aldridge to bowl another over. It's Dawson who goes for a big cut, and fortunately for him, doesn't nick it through to wicketkeeper Rue. Just the one slip. Craig Overton at slip. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 saving one, and 4 men out at deep cover. Wideish third man, long leg and deep backward square leg. Craig Overton standing at second slip, or 1.5 slip. This is outside the off stump. Good carry through to James Rue. Not very many people here.
No, I was expecting a few more. I think they'll trickle in throughout the day, but as Kev sort of said earlier,
Put off by the weather, I think, as much as anything.
And it's I think a very family day as well. A lot of people and meals or.
Is it free entry for under 16s again today?
I believe so.
Well, if you're under 16 and you're within striking distance of the Utilita Bowl, come on down. Hampshire on top, pushing for a second victory of their county championship season. As Aldridge is into Dawson, who won't get a single, as that goes to Lammonby at backward point. Plenty of encouragement from the Somerset fielders for their bowler, Casey Aldridge. Marching back to his mark, straight backed is Casey Aldridge. Walks rather like a guardsman, or as one would imagine a guardsman would walk.
Yeah.
Here he comes, lengthening his stride. In and bowls, full length, driven back, half stopped by Aldridge, and takes enough of the way off it for Jack Leach to come across and complete the fielding. So nothing done. Interesting piece in the Sunday Times this morning by Simon Wilde, who was here yesterday, about bats. And the fact that I think there have been 3 instances in the IPL where bats have been found to be illegal.
Oh, wow.
As Aldridge in and bowls, this is driven, but straight to Leach at
illegal in what way?
They won't go through the bat guide thing that the umpires use. It's because they're too thick. There's I can't remember how many centimetres it is, but it's 6.8 centimetres or something is the maximum depth of a cricket bat. And obviously they try and cram as much wood as they possibly can.
Absolutely.
Into these bats these days, as Aldridge is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge. Good piece of bowling by Casey Aldridge to beat the bat of someone who has been in for as long as Liam Dawson has. It's the end of that over.
A maiden over for Aldridge.
A maiden over, yeah. He hasn't bowled very many of those, just the 3 out of the 14. It's 255 for 4, 72 to Dawson, 6 to Brown.
And it looks like we will obviously have another change in the bowling as they come in, and it's just pushed off to a deep point there, who come in to pick it up by Lammonby as he walks back to the top of his mark to begin his stride. Dawson on strike, just seems to be lining up with Ben Brown, just making sure he's got his sight in. Scuffs his foot on the floor, make sure he's got his mark right. Lammonby waits at the top of his mark and he begins his run up in. Bowls over the wicket. little bit wider there, and it's just cut off to backward point. He manages to pick it up, and we'll hold them for no run.
Good stop that by Archie Vaughan. It was hit hard by Liam Dawson, who's timing the ball well.
Managed to really get his weight behind that stop. Lammonby in again, over the wicket.
Ooh, well bowled.
Very straight. And Liam Dawson sort of just crouches on the floor. I don't know if that was in anticipation of a possible painful another bowl, but it seems okay as he wanders off.
Bringing it back into, swinging it, or seaming it back into Dawson. Good piece of bowling.
Yeah.
Batting not entirely straightforward out there. Dawson was beaten by the last ball of Aldridge's previous over.
Lammonby in again.
And caught!
And caught by Archie Vaughan. Ah, he'll be frustrated with that there. Archie Vaughan just at a backward, sort of short backward point there. Liam Dawson sort of swiped at it and it just caught the edge. And it was there in the hands of Archie Vaughan. Yeah.
Well, that was a surprise. Liam
That
Dawson
was.
looked nailed on for a century. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide. He went for the square cut and failed to keep it down, and it flew straight to Archie Vaughan at backward point, who made no mistake. So 2 wickets to Tom Lammonby. 2 for 21 in 5.4 overs. Somerset's secret weapon. And I don't know if his, I think it's his grandfather, Robert Lammonby, and apologies if I've got that wrong, Robert, but I dare say you are listening to the commentary and you will be absolutely delighted at Tom's performance, because Robert was saying on Facebook yesterday afternoon, it's about time they gave Tom Lammonby a few overs. Well, they have given Tom Lammonby a few overs, and he's picked up 2 very big wickets, the 2 big fish, with Nick Gubbins, LBW, and now Liam Dawson caught at backward point. Well bowled, Tom Lammonby.
And Brett Hampton will be the next batsman in to join Ben Brown in the middle for Hampshire. Ben Brown seems to have just taken his gloves and his helmet and his bat off. He sort of walked in with Hampton. Maybe just giving him a few words of what to expect. As he puts on all his equipment back on, fits his helmet properly.
What time would it be in Australia now? Sort of middle of the evening, won't it?
Yes. Yes. Depends on what part of Australia.
Which is where Robert Lammonby is, hence the question.
Yes, most of Australia, well, it depends on which part, but in Canberra it's sort of 9 o'clock. Perth it's 7 o'clock, just coming up to. Lammonby in again, looking for another as Hampton faces. And well left alone there by Hampton on the offside.
He's getting the ball to swing, is Tom Lammonby. This, wouldn't say it was classic swinging weather.
No.
But there is cloud cover, and it's certainly swinging more than it was yesterday under clear blue skies.
Absolutely. Lammonby beginning at the top of his mark, runs in over the wicket. Hampton facing. And that was an odd ball. He sort of swung at it, completely mistimed, and it sort of bounced right next to him. Sort of eventually dribbled through to the slip, and that's the end of the over.
Came off the bottom edge and very nearly bounced into his stumps.
Yes.
Haven't seen Brett Hampton bat before, but he's got a good record. With 1,604 runs at just over 30 runs average thereof, 200s and 950s. Best of 121, so he can certainly bat. And very definitely an all-rounder. Casey Aldridge then to bowl his 15th over. He's in bowls to Hampshire captain Ben Brown, who is forward defending another good ball from Aldridge. The game, it's got a different atmosphere now, Kev, hasn't it?
Well, your two main batters are out. Well, the two batters that were going nicely and building a platform have gone. See, Tom Lammerby?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom Lammerby should be bowling more.
Well, I did say it last night, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
And then they brought him on and he bowled 2 maidens and now he's got 2 wickets.
Still getting it to shape.
Here's Aldridge again, bowls to Brown, who goes, and don't think he got anything on that. It was a spectacular stop by James Root, diving and taking the ball one-handed in front of first slip. But I think it was just, it was just movement off the seam, very sharp movement off the seam, and the ball has suddenly started misbehaving. Or not behaving as predictably as it was for most of yesterday afternoon. Here's Aldridge again into Brown, who plays that late, watching the ball carefully onto his bat, just defends it out into the offside.
Yeah, it's almost like the cloud cover, which is quite high. It's just giving the ball a little chance to do something, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Lammerby's only taken 11 wickets before today. He's got 2 for. Good on him.
Aldridge in and bowls, a swing and a miss from Ben Brown, not moving his feet at all, rooted to the spot, just swinging his bat in the general direction of the ball.
Well, you're right, it certainly feels different, doesn't it, out there? Just to say, and to repeat, I don't know if it has been mentioned already this morning, but Toby Albert yesterday was having a back spasm. That's why he didn't bat in his normal position of 4. Whether he bats or not today, I don't know.
Of course, yeah. No Toby Albert yet. Aldridge in a bowls full length, arrowing the ball in towards Brown's leg stump as he digs it out successfully up to Tom Banton at mid-on.
But yes, it does seem more in it for the bowlers at the moment, doesn't there?
Yeah, just, well, really since Lammerby came into the attack.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't much happening in the first half an hour or so.
Shown the way.
Aldridge in and bowls. This is played firmly to Archie Vaughan, who fields neatly at mid-wicket, chucks the ball back to his wicket-keeper and captain, James Root. And that's the end of another over. And another maiden over from Casey Aldridge, who's bowled 2 successive maidens. He has figures of none for 54 in 15. Hampshire 256 for 5, which is a lead of 72.
Email still coming in, solidcricket@gmail.com. This has come from Roger Heyman Start, who says, bonjour from the rainy Dordogne. As Lamberby bowls, always wrapped on the pad, and he's gone. And Lamberby has picked up 3 for here. Hampton goes for no score. That looked out for the minute it hit the pad. It swung in. He was half forward. And Lamberby again getting the ball to shape. Yeah, oh my word, that's...
It was a good ball, wasn't it?
It was. It doesn't come more stone dead than that.
Terrific piece of bowling. He's got rhythm. He's a little bit quicker than he looks, I think, Tom Lamberby, and he's getting the ball to nip around, and he's swinging it as well. So he's asking a lot of questions of these Hampshire batsmen, and all of a sudden the game has a rather different complexion.
It does.
As Steve Kirby suggested it might if Somerset could pick up some early wickets.
Knows his stuff, Steve Kirby. So 2 wickets have fallen with the score on 256, and Tom Lamberby, with 3 for 21, currently has his best first-class figures.
Absolutely. Well, I said to when I was on with Amelia that the wicket he took, the Gubbins wicket, was the first wicket he's taken since 2022.
Oh, where has he been?
Well, he hurt him. I think he hurt his foot in the game here at the start of the 2023 season when it was horrible, freezing cold. Early season game between Hampshire and Somerset. And then he didn't bowl again in 2023. He was still troubled by the injury at the start of last season, and I think it damaged his confidence as well. Oh, yeah. So he only bowled a handful of overs last year. But now he's back and he's been working hard on his bowling, according to Steve Kirby, and it's paying dividends.
It certainly is. Yeah, when you swing in the ball, you've always got a chance. So back to Roger, who's in a rainy Dordogne, As a lifelong Hampshire supporter from the days of Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, I'll now settle down with your live stream and excellent commentary with a glass or two of the local red wine. It's a bit early. I know they're probably an hour ahead. Mind you, I suppose it's lunchtime in France now, isn't it? But even so.
The sun is over the yard arm, I think. I think a glass of red wine, well, it's 1:05 in France, isn't it?
Yeah. So I suppose it's just about time. Mark Baldwin has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com as we wait for the first ball that James Fuller will face from Tom Lemmonby. Left arm over, comes in, driven through extra cover. Well, that's a nice start to the innings. Beautifully timed, beautifully stroked away. And Fuller is on 4, and Hampshire move on to 260 for 6, and they lead by 76. Mark says, evening from Dunedin in New Zealand. Hoping for some more Hampshire wickets. Surely the furthest south listener, says Mark. Well, certainly you're a long way down the South Island in New Zealand. I guess unless somebody emails from, I think it's Stewart Island off the south coast of New Zealand, probably won't get much further south than that. Here comes Lammonby again. Oh, that's come back in. As that comes off the inside half of the bat, Fuller works it out to mid-on. Looking dangerous here, Tom Lammonby. Would you take a new ball with Lammonby swinging it the way he's doing at the moment?
No, I don't think I would.
No.
I think I'd keep him on.
Maybe not. John Moore has also emailed solidcricket@gmail.com, says, interesting to hear that a Twickenham player made the captain of your Easter team. Yes, Twickenham 5th 11. Raj Saviour was installed as captain. That's worked on the leg side by Fuller, picks up a single, moves on to 5, 261 for 6. I have an engraved silver medal awarded to my grandfather while playing for that club back in the 1930s. Dim recollection of him telling me that it was for taking all 10 catches in a match. Well, fantastic. Thank you, John. Field changes for Ben Brown. So we've lost Nick Gubbins, Liam Dawson and Brett Hampton. Fuller and Brown at the crease. Brown is on 7. He's facing Lammonby now from the pavilion end. And that's worked quietly on the onside, no run. 3 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 13 runs in that little spell, which is still ongoing from Tom Lammonby. Well, he actually, his spell this morning, well, he bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, didn't he? So he actually has 3 for 26 this morning.
Yeah.
Lammonby again runs towards us. Left arm over and bowls. Brown gets wrapped on the top of the pad. Again, a ball that moves in. End of the over. 7 overs completed by Lammonby. Fuller has 5. Brown has 7. Hampshire's lead 77 at 261 for 6.
He's making a strong case, Tom Lammonby, for being my interviewee of the day.
He is.
And I think if I do interview him, it will be the first time I've interviewed him about his bowling as opposed to his batting. But perhaps he'll get some runs for Somerset as well, which would make it a really good day for Tom Lammonby. He was looking in prime form in the first innings.
Yeah.
Until he unaccountably chased after a wide one and was caught behind. Right, we've got 1 over to go before the new ball is due. Somerset have got Pretorius and Overton reasonably fresh. Pretorius hasn't bowled this morning. Overton only a couple of overs. It's Aldridge, though, in and bowls. Full-length delivery, looking for the Yorker. It's well dug out by James Fuller. Two slips in place. And they are Tom Abel and... I think that's Tom Lammonby at second slip. I think Craig Overton's probably gone off to change his boots in preparation for taking the new ball. Possibly. I don't think he's out there anyway. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is driven nicely, and it's gone through the covers, eluding the dive of the fielder there, who's Miggy Pretorius. Couldn't get a hand on it. It's gone for 4. Fuller onto 9. 265 for 6.
He started his batting like he did with his bowling spell on day 1.
Well, he likes to feel bat on ball, doesn't he, James Fuller?
Yeah. Dangerous man coming in low down the order. Just to repeat, still no Toby Albert yet. Had a back spasm yesterday, hasn't batted yet today.
Aldridge then to Fuller outside the off stump. Let's that go through to James Rew. Next in, if it's not Toby Albert, will be Kyle Abbott, followed by Brad Wheel. And I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the question mark over Toby Albert. Aldridge then. Fuller standing with his bat raised. Aldridge bowls in another attempted Yorker and played back to him. Aldridge makes as if to throw the stumps down, but he lacks the menace of Craig Overton, I think it would be fair to say.
I think a few players do. Both Overtons. They're mirror images of each other, aren't they, in terms of controlled aggression?
Yeah, I think Craig is the more aggressive, slightly the more aggressive of the two. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played off the back foot by Fuller out to the offside. Jamie must be out in the IPL at the moment, I think, is he?
I don't know. He didn't play for Surrey against us last week, I know that. I didn't ask the question, actually. I didn't even know he was at the IPL.
There aren't huge numbers of English cricketers in the IPL this time around. I think I can't remember who he's playing for. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Probably will be pulled in by Archie Vaughan. They'll come back for 2 runs and they'll settle for just the 2, as not a very good return comes in from Archie Vaughan, which reaches James Rew on the half volley, but he ties it up. It's the end of the Aldridge over. 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 60s. Bowled better this morning, more accurately. Hampshire 267 for 6. Craig Overton is marching up towards where he would be bowling from, but he's walking past the umpire. So it looks to me as if Pretorius is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. So Tom Lammonby's work is done for the time being. 3 for 26 in 7 overs, his career best figures in first-class cricket.
Well, I have to say, if I was a new batter out there, I'd be quite happy he's coming off. Looked pretty dangerous. He's playing for the Chennai Super Kings. Jamie Overton played a couple of games for him actually in this year's competition. His last one was back on the 14th of April in the game against the Lucknow Super Giants, in which the Super Kings won.
I think I said the Twins were 32 last week. They weren't, they were 31. Okay. Apologies.
So, Pretorius with the second new ball from the pavilion end. 2 for 36 from 13, bowled impressively yesterday. That's wide of off stump, not quite that one. That's a cut away by Brown. Out into the deep at backward point. That'll be a single, 268 for 6. Now, this is an interesting email from Simon Ray, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Many thanks for the enjoyable commentary and happy Easter to all. Thank you very much. I'm enjoying the commentary in Brockenhurst. A lovely spot in the New Forest. Now, the observation, he says, not for runs, is a commentary phrase that is frequently used in India, but is hardly used in this country. As Pretorius starts his run up again, comes in and bowls to Fuller. Fuller drives on the up again to the man out deep. 269 for 6. The lead is 85. Example, UK commentary. Dawson cuts the ball to backward point, who picks it up cleanly, and there's no run. Example, Indian commentary. Dawson cuts the ball, not for runs, to backward point. Not for runs is used by the commentator to let the listener know at the earliest moment that no runs will be scored. For the listener or viewer, the sooner the outcome of the ball is known, the better. As Pretorius comes in again. A little bit more to this email. Right arm over and bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. UK commentators do use alternatives such as won't get a single, but not for runs is a very succinct message. Question, is there any reason that commentators in this country hardly use not for runs?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of Indian or IPL commentary, so I didn't know that they say that.
It's a fair point, I think.
So I suppose it's a local sort of thing, really, isn't it? I've certainly not heard it in this country.
No.
Here's Pretorius again. It's pushed away, pulled away in the air, but safe by Ben Brown over the head of mid-wicket, and it's rolling away for 4. Brown moves on to 12, 273 for 6. And the lead goes up to 89. That's an interesting one, that one.
It is.
Richard Hill, solentcricket@gmail.com. He sent me a picture. Tuning in from an island north of Stavanger.
That is far north.
That is a long way north. We were talking about far south. Well, that's the far north. Just finished my walk in the mountains with Vargas, the husky. Just sent me a picture of that. It's very sunny. Here's Pretorius, 2 slips wait. Brown is forward to a length ball, and there is no run. And settled back in the garden, listening to your commentary. Trying to explain cricket to a Norwegian is like explaining rocket science to a newborn. Yeah, not easy. Well, they don't play too much cricket in Norway. I think, actually, when I was a few years ago, Hampshire, a sort of a second team, did go over there for a couple of days. I didn't go. I was somewhere else. I don't know why, but I remember them going for a couple of days. And when they came back, that's a full delivery. Brown works it up to mid-on. They're going to take a quick single. Slipped a little bit, the fielder, as he was attempting to throw. 274 for 6. I think the one thing they did say was how expensive it was. Didn't say anything about the cricket, just said it was expensive.
A bunch of my friends are going off to play golf in Norway. I can't remember the name of the golf course, but it's the furthest north golf course in Europe, and they're going to play in June when it doesn't get dark, so they're going to play golf at midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anthony's taken a break. And it will be Charlotte Taylor, former Southern Vipers off-spinner, and now Sussex women's coach, or one of the coaches, is that right? All coming alongside me. Craig Overton is on. Jamal Makhlouf has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Tom Lammonby has been one of my favourite players for the past few years, despite playing for local rival Somerset. Having a left-arm fast bowler who can open the batting course is a huge plus for any side. His bowling has always been underrated. Here's Overton outside the off stump. That's a nice carry, nice shape on that ball, but left alone by Ben Brown. But as a Hampshire fan, I implore that he stops proving how good he is against us. But well done, Tom, says Jamal. Yeah, he bowled very nicely. Hello, Charlotte.
Hello, Kevin.
Yes. Is it Sussex assistant coach? Is that your official title, or?
I sort of gave myself that title.
Oh, you did.
It is semi-official.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yes, Tier 2 cricket underway this weekend for the women outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I think you were telling me earlier the Kent women were bowled out for next to nothing.
Well, they were on the verge of. Let me just. Shall I do it around the grounds?
Very quickly. Oh, of course, yeah. Let's do it during this over. Start with the men's games, and then we'll move on to the women's games. Yeah, that can be that would be a nice little.
I will. I'll do it for you.
Well, for everybody. Everybody that's watching and listening, not just for me. I can look it up. So maybe most people can look it up. Oh, that's bounced. My word, that's a super delivery. Brown pushing forward, and it bounced and left him.
So, between Durham and Yorkshire, is that Chestnut Street? I assume it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Durham are 336 for 3s. They lead Yorkshire by 29. Emilio Gay currently 139 not out.
Oh, he started this morning on 105, yeah.
And
does that mean Lees is out?
Yeah, he was out on 172.
All right, he was 148 not out overnight, yeah.
So Durham lead Yorkshire by 29.
Here's Overton, straight on, he's wrapped high on the pad as well there, quite high. Just got turned around a bit, Brown.
At Chelmsford, Essex lead Worcester by 268 runs. So they're currently in their second innings 290 for 8. Tallpool Water open the batting. Interesting. 104.
Yeah, he's been opening the batting, yeah.
And Thane, I'm not sure. Thane, who's that? Noah Thane.
Noah Thane, yeah.
54. Snater and Rajitha currently in there.
Overton runs away from us once more. Right arm over, bowls. Brown gets a length ball, plays that back on the offside.
Down in Hove, Sussex and Surrey. Surrey trail Sussex by 292 runs. Surrey in their first innings. Sibley scoring runs again. 55 not out. Ollie Pope with a 50 as well. Nottinghamshire lead Warwickshire by 159. Hamid 93 not out.
Oh yeah, still going. That's outside off stump, and he didn't actually, he just played inside the line. 75 not out overnight, Hamid. Maiden over for Craig Overton. Hampshire 274 for 6, lead by 90.
Lyndon James with him, 41 not out. Wickets kind of spread. That's all Division 1. Division 2, Northants lead Derbyshire by 5. They're 312 for 4. Northants, Proctor 137 not out. Rob Keogh just dismissed 51. Wickets spread again. Kent trail Gloucester by 106 with 2 wickets remaining. They're 367 for 8 in their first inning. Compton with a big 172 not out now. Wickets spread. 2 more to go. Pretorius in from the pavilion end. On the back foot is Fuller, driving to extra cover for no run. Leicestershire trail Lancashire by 73. Ahmed with 100. Hill and Hanscom in now, wicket spread again. They're 190 for 3 Leicester. And then the game at Lords, Middlesex and Glamorgan. Middlesex lead Glamorgan by 253 with 3 wickets remaining in their first innings. 452 for 7 Middlesex. Holden with 100, Geddes with 83. Roland Jones in, 31 not out. A full delivery, almost Yorker length this time by Pretorius. Dug out on the onside by James Fuller for no run. 274 for 6 here. And then in Tier 2, Women's Tier 2, Leicester and Northants. Northants 144 for 3. Michaela Kirk on loan from the Blaze, 57 not out. Oh no, just updated, 65 not out, sorry. Wicket spread. And then the game between Kent and Middlesex, they were balled out for 66, Kent. Pretorius in again here. On the back foot is Fuller, just works it leg side, just behind square on the leg side for a single. Ball rose up on him a little bit, but managed to keep it along the deck for a single. 275 for 6. So Kent, Middlesex have just started their chase, and they're 1 for no loss. Wickets there, 6 wickets for Guy Agole, who played for the Sunrisers in the first or second year, I think, of the regional programme. Two slips waiting. Pretorius in. 2 wickets yesterday, yet to add to them today. A good delivery, worked leg side by Ben Brown. They run the first one hard out to deep mid wicket. Fielder comes round quickly. Doesn't manage to cut off the second, as Fuller is just as quick and gets back safely with number 26 on his back. Best number in the game. 2 more to the total, 277 for 6.
Let me guess, that was your number.
It was my number.
Oh, there we go. Are you playing any more cricket? Because I know you had
Not
an
currently.
injury last year, didn't you?
Yeah, and it's still a bit of an ongoing process of injections and issues and stuff, so I just need to be given the sort of all clear that I'm not going to be severely unwell if something was to go wrong. Pretorius in again, forward defence by Brown. Better delivery from Pretorius, full straight and respected by Captain Brown.
So coaching is your thing now?
Yeah, I'm sort of loving it.
That's good. So do you have to sort of wander down to Hove from time to time on non-match days, or is it literally just match days
No, it's
in Tier 2?
just match days at the minute.
Yeah.
But there might be talks. I mean, the plan is for Sussex to be a Tier 1 county within 5 years. That's sort of the plan. As Pretorius starts his run up, once again running towards us here. Beats the outside edge, gets the outside edge. A big appeal from the slip cord in, and most of the close fielders on the offside. No real interest from anyone else, including the umpire, who stands firm. Let's watch that again. It's very close, it leaves the batter. Goes through on the angle. It's half an appeal from Pretorius, but not a major one.
No.
Brown survives, 277 for 6.
Email here from David Tatnell, solentcricket@gmail.com. It's quite a long one. I'll try and get through it fairly quickly. It's great to listen to the wonderful commentary again. On the subject of planning ahead, earlier Anthony was sort of talking about, what would Hampshire do going through to today, and with the prospect of a bit of rain tomorrow. He says, on the subject of planning ahead, I'm surprised not more captains think tactically about the future, i.e. the chance of rain, etc. If Gubbins had thought ahead at the Oval last week, we could have sped up slowly and maybe reached our target to beat Surrey. Here's Overton from our commentary end. Pleasant shot by Fuller, but straight to mid-on. Sportsmen always refer, I presume he means sports people, always refer to taking one session at a time and just thinking about the next hour. But I feel that if they actually thought ahead, they would get better results. Of course, two of the very best tactical minds in the game have captained Hampshire in the late great Shane Warne and Robin Smith. Now there was a man who could cook up a rain deal to produce some exhilarating finishes, as Overton's in again, bowls, length ball, beaten outside the off stump. That's a beauty to James Fuller. Absolute beauty of a delivery, just pitched and left him. Ben Brown is a very smart cricketer. Perhaps he will become another legendary captain and lead us to that highly sought after championship title. Come on Hampshire, says David Tatnall. Yeah, we were talking about that a little earlier. It is difficult if the rain is not 100% certain.
We've always said that we can't play for rain.
Yeah,
you just got to keep batting and playing as if the game was going to go its full entirety.
Yeah. So it's nicely flicked away, square on the leg side. There'll be at least two here. Archie Vaughan's running after that one. 2 it is to Fuller, takes him on to 15. Hampshire on to 279 for 6, and they lead by 95. Ralph Brooker also on the email, sonandcricket@gmail.com, when earlier I think we were on together and I said I couldn't remember what Liam Dawson told me last night. Ralph has said, Liam actually said that they had hot, strong words in the dressing room about how poor they were in the field for the last Somerset pair when they put on 48 for the last wicket. I do remember that now, thank you for reminding me. Overton bowls, flicked away square on the offside by Fuller, and there is no run.
Hot, strong words.
Yes. Vernon Needham, sonandcricket@gmail.com, he's in Bangkok. He says he still can't believe that W.G. Grace did not make our Easter 11 yesterday. I can't remember why we omitted W.G. Obviously not on...
Ability or talent.
Yeah, obviously had nothing to do with that.
Maybe we went for a lack of beard 11.
Yes. Here's Overton. Forward.
To make the team, you had to be fully shaved.
Yes. No run there.
I thought when you said an Easter 11, I thought you were making puns around, so I don't know, like Archie Eggborn or something.
Well, there were a few like that, yeah. In fact, I got an email somewhere along the line that said you could also play at Eggbaston or something, but we kind of, yeah, well, obviously you find it funny. Yes. Maybe our sense of humour is a little different. That's pushed up to mid-off. So I think if you'd been here yesterday, that probably would have got you.
Yeah, no, it got me now.
There we go. End of the over. 279 for 6. Hampshire's lead is 95 with both James Fuller and Ben Brown on 15 apiece. The wicket takers this morning, well, they were all Tom Lammonby. Nick Gubbins, LBW. Liam Dawson caught at backward point by Archie Vaughan. And Brett Hampton, LBW. All to Lammonby, who's taken all 3 wickets and is currently, with 3 for 26, on his current best ever first-class figures.
He's bowled well. I wouldn't be sort of waiting too long before I throw the ball back to him, to be perfectly honest. Give him a bit of a rest and go again, if he's been that successful. Pretorius to continue. He was just as successful yesterday, really. A full delivery defended by Ben Brown. For no run on the offside. 279 for 6. The lead is 95. Fuller and Brown together, both on 15 apiece.
Oh, I love this email. Terry Lowe, sonandcricket@gmail.com, says, hello team, I'm happy to say that you make my evenings here in Langkawi in Malaysia, hope I've spelt that right, hope I've mentioned that right, where I'm refitting my boat, Rome 2, in a boatyard here.
It's all right for some. Another good delivery from Pretorius. He slips in his run-up, actually, and he's on the floor. I'm hoping he's okay, because he did sort of slip quite aggressively.
Ooh.
I don't know if he's... This is when knees start to be jarred and all sorts of things. It looked a little bit nasty. He's limping away. Seems to be okay as he walks backwards. If we watch it again, sort of just tries to set off to field the ball and slips on the... Well, off the strip, so on the green stuff.
On the green stuff,
yeah.
It's a bit slippery
on one of those
out
other wickets that's not quite cut, so he seems to be okay. There is no run after all that. Didn't really need to go and sit off and field it, really. I think the guys helped him out there.
So Terry goes on to say, the work is relentless and very hot, but I look forward to the evenings where I can watch Hampshire and your excellent coverage on the live stream.
We're happy to help. A short delivery pulled backward a square by Ben Brown. He's disappointed he's only got a single, actually, as the fielder's placed nicely down at long leg. And picks up a single nonetheless. Moves to 16, 280 for 6, the lead 96.
And Terry signs off by saying, here's to Hampshire building a nice lead and building on the first batting point of the season. Regards, Terry Lowe, originally from Southampton, but now in Malaysia, refitting a boat.
Amazing.
Nice.
We're happy to be of service. Pretorius to Fuller, cuts him in half. A sharp jag back off the pitch. And James Rew has done really well, actually, to take that low to his left-hand side. And it does cut James Fuller in half. He's had a couple in the last 5 minutes or so.
Incredible, isn't it?
It's jagged back enormously.
It's a new ball for you, isn't it? I'm loving this one. From Roger Arthur, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary as always. On the subject of where people are listening, at the moment I'm listening in Shoaling.
Not quite as exotic. Love that. Pretorius in again. Outside edge, caught second slip. Overton takes the catch at second slip. And Fuller's had to go. He is drawn into that one. It's good bowling, actually, by Pretorius, who hangs one out there. And Fuller tries to drive, but doesn't really commit to the shot. And it takes the outside edge and is caught comfortably at second slip by Craig Overton. He's gone for 15. Hampshire now a 280 for 7.
Yeah, 4 wickets down this morning. Hasn't been straightforward by any stretch, but I think it's still with a bit of cloud cover. I think it's just allowed the ball to do a little bit more than it was doing the second half of yesterday. I'll just finish off this email, then I'll hand over to Amelia Clark.
I can't wait to hear about Shoaling. Keep going.
Well, this is it. I mean, for those of you that don't know, it's a suburb of Southampton. But in the past, says Roger, I've tuned in to listen in Morocco. Very hot. Singapore. Very hot and a lovely place. Turkmenistan. Very nice, but very hot, but a nice country. Driving through the Alps, beautiful, on a ferry crossing the Baltic, driving round Belfast, scary during the Troubles. Never listened in Norway, though, but listened in Iceland. And on the subject of golf, I was driving around Iceland a few years ago, blizzard thick snow, came across a golf course. I think it is more north than Stavanger, says Roger Arthur. There we go. Charlotte Taylor will continue, and then it'll be Amelia Clark.
Basically listened everywhere as Roger, but now in Shoaling. Slightly cloudy end. So, Hampshire now. 4 wickets have fallen this morning. We're going to see Toby Albert, though, which is good. He was struggling with a bit of a back spasm, I was informed by Kevin James. So he's out there now, slightly lower down the order than expected, coming in at number 9. But with some work to do. We're hoping that he's all good. Just having some bit of shadow batting out there now, just to make sure everything's moving correctly. But you see, good to see how well he is moving once he gets going.
Yeah, it's interesting because Hampshire seem to have a bit of a pattern where they've lost 2 wickets on the same score. Earlier yesterday it was 38 for 1 and then 38 for 2, and today it's 256 for 5 and then it was 256 for 6.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pattern, losing wickets in clumps for Hampshire. Pretorius then, final ball of this over to the new batter Toby Albert, who carefully pushes onto the front foot and defends the ball up to mid-on, and there is no run. It'll be interesting to see if he had to go for a quick single, see how he moves, but he's out there. That's the main thing for Hampshire. 280 for 7. The lead is 96 over Somerset. Pretorius 3 for 47. He's gone through 16 overs, but Lammonby the most impressive today with 3 early wickets, 3 for 26 off his 7 overs that he bowled today. Got Craig Overton continuing from the Hilton end. Took a good catch in the last over to dismiss Mr. Fuller. Just getting his field right. Got a deep mid-wicket that's not all the way back, actually, as he's in past the umpire now. Bowls to Ben Brown. He's done a sort of a back foot slap through the offside. It's a bit agricultural, but he gets 2 for it. I don't know whether he's decided to up the ante slightly, but that gives a slight impression about what his intentions are. Ben Brown moves to 18, 282 for 7. He's always very elegant and very proper, Ben Brown, and that was a little bit not, to put it politely. So I don't know whether he just got a little bit wrong in terms of the shot decision, or whether it's, no, I've had enough now, I'm going to start swinging my bat a little bit. Down the leg side and goes through to James Root.
We've had an email from Glenn Hughes saying, thank goodness for the cricket. The sickness bug is rife in the Hughes household, all the way from Shrewsbury. They're avid fans from afar, loving the coverage. Poorly kids, William and Ivy B for, we'll give them a little shout out and hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, oh no, sickness bugs are the worst, aren't they?
Yeah.
But at least we can provide some entertainment, I hope, this afternoon. Overton in on the pads of Ben Brown, sets off for a quick single. The fielder at long leg. Ogborn comes in and does the fielding. They just collect a single. Ben Brown moves to 19, scored 283 for 7. They've almost got that 100 lead over Somerset. The lead is 99 at the minute. When you get over that 3-figure lead, it starts to feel a little bit more comfortable for the team that's batting second. 3 slips waiting now for the new batter, Toby Albert. Coming a little bit lower down at number 9, Overton bowls to him, and he's forward in defence into the offside, and there is no run as the fielder at cover charges in and does the fielding to stop the single.
I've had another email in at solentcricket@gmail.com from Christopher Kimber. He says, afternoon all. It's already afternoon, it feels still like the morning. Sat opposite you, just got an earpiece from the shop so I can listen while we watch. Very nice. No happy hour here today. I think there was a bit of a chat last season about cocktails. But he's got a cold beer on the go. I think it's more of a coffee needed in this cold weather.
Overton in again. Got the outside edge of Toby Albert's bat, who does take a single. It wasn't the most convincing single in terms of energy and being comfortable, but he's managed to get up the other end. So a little bit ginger still, so maybe just being quite cautious as he starts his innings. Back spasms are the worst. When your back goes, it's the most painful thing in the world. So just making sure he looks after himself out there.
Absolutely. Well, Chris and Anne, thank you very much for emailing. If you do have solentcricket@gmail.com, any emails that you want to send us?
We're always happy to say hello. Overton, a full delivery. That's a Jaffa outside the off stump. Ben Brown's left a little bit bewildered as he still stands there. And Kevin James from behind me says it's unplayable, which means that, Kevin, you wouldn't have even hit that, no? You wouldn't have even hit that?
No, wouldn't have even done a mile in it.
If you picked that up on from our mics, you wouldn't have got anywhere near it. It was a very good delivery to complete that over from Craig Overton. He's a world-class bowler and he's showing it. No wickets to his name, but he's bowled 24 overs and only conceded 44 runs. As we watch it again, it's just pitched, seamed, and even Overton looks disappointed that it was too good for Ben Brown.
And we've got Pretorius coming in from the pavilion end. Toby out just looking around, checking the fielding positions of the Somerset team. 2 slips in place as Pretorius begins his run up in. Over the wicket, bowls. A little bit fuller, and that's just worked off in the offside. And the deep point will pick it up. They managed to go for 2 there, yeah.
Yeah, still gingerly moving, Toby Albert.
Yes, he is. He doesn't seem to be running with a lot of confidence. I think, as you say, he's just concerned about that back spasm going again. It's not something you want to have twice.
He needs to do something for his team, doesn't he? Because he's obviously a recognised batter in this team with just Abbott and Wheel to come, who can swing the bat, but they're not recognised batters between the two of them.
Pretorius, and again over the wicket. A little bit fuller delivery, and there's a big shout for LBW, but the umpire doesn't even seem to be looking up, so he's not interested in it at all. I think that was more of a bowler and slip shout, but no one else seemed to be too bothered. We'll just watch that on the replay.
He comes a bit wider, does Pretorius, and gets him just out. It was close, just outside the line. Albert falling away to the offside.
Could just be pitching outside leg. Pretorius was halfway up the pitch back to his starting mark. It seems to get longer each time as he begins his run up again. Over the wicket, he's going to come again, and he bowls. Much fuller, straighter delivery, and it's just batted. Half stopped by Pretorius, but he manages to get a hand on it. And no run scored.
The lead has just crept over that 100 mark. Lead is 102 over Somerset. In their first innings were bowled out for 184, which could have been a lot less actually. Wheel and Fuller both taking 4 wickets, but a good last 3 wicket partnership. And a combination of performances and some, as said by Liam Dawson, some ropey fielding allowed them to get to a score of 184.
Pretorius is in again. Over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, and an even bigger shout for Abu Dhabi, and it's been given. Toby Albert looks bemused, but is already walking off. I think he knew his face as soon as he comes. We'll watch the replay as that comes in.
Yeah, really convincing appeal. No hesitation from the umpire. Yeah. Pitched in line, going on and hitting the stumps. Pretorius is delighted, as he deserves to be. He's got 4 to his name now, 4 for 49. Pretorius, the overseas. You always want your overseas to make impacts at key moments, and that was a key moment to get rid of Toby Albert. And it brings in the real tail now. I mean, Kyle wouldn't like me calling him a tail ender, but unfortunately at number 10 you're probably classed as a tail ender.
Absolutely. And Anthony's score of 500, I don't think Hampshire are going to reach at this point, but they'll keep going. Kyle Abbott is going to be coming in now.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a collapse, really. 194 for 3 at the close in day 2. And now at 286 for 8. So, yeah, only 104 runs added for the loss of now 5 wickets. So, a lot of work really for these. Well, Ben Brown basically just needs to try and marshal the tail to try and do something as similar to what Somerset did yesterday and try and draw out this game, to keep batting for as long as possible, try and extend this lead, see if they can get it to 150. If they can work with, I mean, both Wheel and Abbott are not complete bunnies. They can actually bat, so it's just about, and it's good that the captain's out there as well with them to help them through this period.
Absolutely. I think they need to sort of get into the stride of what Gubbins and Dawson were doing yesterday, of just being experts at leaving the ball and really sort of playing quite defensively, not hurrying at all, and just really take your time and, as you say, stretch out this innings as long as possible.
But it won't be easy.
No.
Pretorius hunting down his maiden 5 for Somerset.
He begins 4 for 49 of Pretorius in as he comes in over the wicket. And there's a little bit of a shout on the Abbott ball, but it's been well left alone as it carries through to the wicket-keeper.
They're bowling well this morning. Between Lammonby and Pretorius specifically, they've had the most impact in terms of wickets taken. It's a bit ugly from Kyle Abbott, actually, playing away from his body. Could have left that one alone. Should listen to you, Amelia, shouldn't they, really? Say, come on now, I've just told you to try and leave the ball a little bit better. And he's got 3 slips waiting. He's still trying to play at one outside the off stump.
Yes. Pretorius in again. Over the wicket, past the umpire. Bowls. A lot fuller, but it's managed to be worked off to the leg side. There's a fielder running after it, but I think the ball might just win. Oh no, the fielder managed to get there, and they'll hold that for 2. Good running there from the Somerset team. But we managed to get it. If not, they've actually gone for 3, so they'll be quite happy with that little ball.
Yeah, it's a long boundary out to the pocket on the leg side here, the side opposite to where the hover cover sits at the moment. It's a long way.
Yes.
So if you can and you time it right, you can definitely get 3. I'm going to make way, am I, for Anthony? And I'll leave you with...
Thank you. So yeah, Hampshire on 289 for 8 off 87 overs. We've got Brown in on 19 off 40 and Abbott 3 off 2. So a few wickets have just fallen. The last one being Toby Albert. on 280. It's just gone. So Anthony will be joining me now as Overton is in from the hotel end. He bowls a lot straighter delivery, but that's just worked off down offside, and they'll be straight down to the covers for 4.
Well, Kyle Abbott announcing himself in fine style.
Absolutely.
3 and a 4. Just over pitch from Craig Overton, who will feel, I think, a bit aggrieved that he has yet to take a wicket. He's in his 25th over. He's bowled as well as ever, but the cards just haven't fallen right for him.
He's at the top of his mark as he begins his run in from the hotel end. Bowls straighter this time, worked off on the offside, and Point will pick that up.
Weather's improving. Sun is trying to break through. Cloud is slowly drifting away towards the west. Light's better.
The run rate currently 3.3, but again, I don't think Hampshire will be, or 3.4 even. Won't be too worried about that as Overton comes in again, still looking for that first wicket. Bowls a lot shorter, higher delivery, but Abbott is all over that, and he's managed to push it leg side, and it will go for 4. Deep square was chasing after it, but unfortunately was not quick enough.
Somerset done well this morning. Hampshire starting 194 for 3, so Somerset have taken 5 for 104, which is good going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we'll see if Hampshire can keep us going for the rest of the morning session, absolutely. And into the afternoon, hopefully, as Overton comes in again towards the pavilion. Abbott facing. Pushes that down on leg side. Oh, and the mid-on dove and missed it, and it will go for 4. As a chasing mid-off just wasn't fast enough as it hits the boards in front of us. A very nice shot. Straight towards us from Kyle Abbott. And that brings up Hampshire's 300 runs. They're 301 for 8 after 87 overs.
Yeah, it was in the air for a time, that straight drive, but very firmly hit, and Tom Banton couldn't get across from his position at deepish mid-on to make the stop.
Overton in again towards the pavilion, and this time it's just worked off onto the offside, and Point will pick that up for no runs.
Craig Overton bowling a full length. The ball seems to be doing a little bit more from that full length, like the one that he got to go past Ben Brown's outside edge. That was almost a half volley, but really jagged sharply away off the pitch.
Overton stands at the top of his mark as he begins his run in, gaining speed past the umpire. Bowls lot straighter there, and it's worked off onto the offside, and a deep point comes to a shortish deep point for just the 1. That's the end of the over.
Kyle Abbott will keep the strike. Kyle Abbott, he averages 17.8 with the bat. He's got a century. No, he hasn't got a century to his name. His best is 97 not out against Lancashire at Old Trafford. But he does have 12 50s to his name, so he can most certainly bat.
Absolutely.
He's going to be facing Miguel Pretorius again. Somerset not over-attacking. They want to keep the lead within reasonable proportions, whilst at the same time looking to knock over the last 2 Hampshire wickets. Alfie Ogborn is warming up down below us, so perhaps he'll come into the attack for the next over from the hotel end. We've got 2 men out, deep mid-wicket and a long leg, and a 3rd man. As Pretorius is into Abbott, takes him on the pad, appeal for LBW, given not out by umpire Milnes. It was a full-length delivery, maybe. I haven't seen the replay yet. Let's watch the replay. Yeah, it's going down.
Yeah.
Going down, would have missed the leg stump by some margin. But good piece of bowling. Pretorius to Abbott, who's on 16 in no time at all. He's in and bowls, and this is punched through the offside by Kyle Abbott for 4 runs. Stood tall, hit it off the back foot very firmly away through the covers for 4 runs. Moves on to 20 from just 10 deliveries. Hampshire on to 306 for 8. And, loose delivery from Pretorius punished by the big South African. And we welcome listeners to Sports Extra with the news that Hampshire have stretched their lead to 122, but in the process have lost 5 wickets this morning. The main destroyer having been the unlikely figure of Tom Lammonby. This is caught behind, I think. No. Yes, it is.
Oh,
yes.
very late
I thought he'd got a glove on that, did Kyle Abbott. Caught down the leg side by James Rue. There was a pause, and then up went umpire Mills's finger, and that was the end of Kyle Abbott for a bright and breezy 20 from just 20, is either 21 or 22 deliveries. They've just taken the...
Do you know, I actually think it was afterwards, once the ball went past, Kyle Abbott sort of did this kind of practice shot almost, and you could sort of see the frustration in it. I think that was what convinced the umpire. I don't think he was fully on board, or maybe just thinking about it, and just seeing Kyle Abbott's frustration in that, you could sort of tell it kind of gave his poker face away, and very lately given there.
Well, I must say, when I saw that, it looked to me as if it had taken the glove. Yeah. And I think Kyle Abbott was just trying to kid the umpire that he'd not hit it. So that is the 9th Hampshire wicket to go down with the score on 306 for 9. The other wickets to fall this morning. Nick Govins was LBW to Lammonby for 82. Liam Dawson was caught at backward point by Archie Vaughan off Tom Lammonby for 72, having looked nailed on for 100. Brett Hampton, the New Zealander, was LBW to Lammonby, a really good in-ducker from the left-arm seam of Tom Lammonby. Hampton without scoring. James Fuller caught at second slip off Pretorius for 15 by Craig Overton, the catcher. Toby Albert, LBW to Pretorius for 3. Albert, who didn't bat in his normal position at number 4 in the order because he's had a back spasm. And that last wicket, that of Kyle Abbott, caught behind down the leg side by James Rue off the bowling of Pretorius, who now has his best figures for Somerset, 5 for 65, which eclipse the figures of 5 for 104 that he took against Warwickshire at Taunton last season.
Yes, having a very good morning session. Well, and yesterday's Pretorius.
So the last Hampshire batsman, number 11, is Brad Wheel, as Pretorius is in and bowls and almost nicks it through to James Rue. So the lead, what did I say it was, 122.
Yes.
And Somerset have done well this morning. They've fought their way back into this match with some good, accurate bowling. Tom Lammonby, the secret weapon, with his best figures as well, for not just for Somerset but in all first-class cricket. 3 for 26. Tom Lammonby's figures. The slip cordon is reinforced. Tom Abel coming into first slip, and the 2 giants, Overton and Aldridge, at second and third. Pretorius is in and bowls. This is pushed into the offside, and there will be a single, and Brad Wheel is off the mark. 307 for 9. Somerset, of course, now have 3 bowling points, and Hampshire have 2 batting points. Somerset yet again not accruing any batting points in their first innings of 184, which was actually a lot better than it might have been. It was at one stage they were 96 for 7. So the last 3 wickets adding a priceless 88 runs. Here comes Pretorius. into the Hampshire captain Ben Brown, who swings this away down the ground for 6 runs.
Yeah.
Just into the advertising hoardings on the far side of the boundary rope in front of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. A handsome blow from Ben Brown. It takes him on to 25. It takes Hampshire on to 313 for 9.
Yes, Ben Brown saying, "I'm not going away just yet." Very nice shot for him indeed.
That's the voice of Amelia Clark. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. Amelia from BBC Radio Solent.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, we're going to have a little change of ends here, up to the hotel end. And it looks like Craig Overton is coming back into the attack. As he's in, bowls over the wicket. Very straight delivery. Worked off on the offside. That's going to go for 4. The chasing fielder just can't get there in time.
Yeah, half volley from Overton. And the scoreboard's got had Ben Brown as the batsman. In fact, it's Brad Wheel.
Overton at the beginning of his mark again. Field resets, 3 slips in place. And he's in. Gaining speed past the umpire. Bowls. Strays his delivery there, and that's just worked off. Short third man wasn't quite in the right place, and he'll be chasing that, and it's gone for 4 as well.
Distinctly streaky.
Yes.
Outside edge down to the third man boundary. Craig Overton hands on knees at second slip, but it was well wide of Overton. And, well, useful runs these for Hampshire, so the lead is now 137. It's rather overcast here at Botley, Hedge End.
Overton, in again. Bowls. Shorter this time, worked off leg side. Bit short fine man. Shortish, deepish fine leg will come in and pick that up.
We've got 104 overs in the day today to make up for lost time, not yesterday, but on Friday when we lost the lost 2 sessions to rain. So 104 overs. Lunch is at 1:10
Hampshire on 322 for 9. The current run rate is 3.6, has moved up from an earlier 3.4. So Somerset might be having a little eye on that, just to know what they're going to be needing to get. Overton in again. Bowls. Shorter again this time. No problem for Brown as he works onto the offside. And deep cover will come out and pick that up.
And Craig Overton angrily swings a boot at the at the crease, and
you may have heard the laugh of Kevin James in the background there.
The 2 umpires just having a chat. I'm not sure what they're having a chat about, whether Craig Overton said something or whether it's the light. They're going to having a chat with James Rue, the Somerset captain, so it may well be that Craig Overton has said something that he shouldn't. He's clearly pretty fed up, Craig Overton, standing there with his hands on his hips at the end of his mark. And it suggests that you'd have thought, though, that whether umpire Mike Burns actually said anything to Craig Overton. He's just explaining to Jack Leach now. Can't hear what he's saying.
No. But it seems that they both returned to their positions, and Rue is having a little... He said a couple of words to Overton, but no announcement made, and it seems players continue. So maybe a warning there. Overton in again. Players resumed to Wheel on strike. Bowls. Very short, very high, and it jumps over the head of Wheel. A swing and a miss, and it carries through to Rue at the wicket-keeping end.
And Overton falls over in his follow-through, which he used to do quite often in his younger days. It doesn't happen so often these days. In fact, both of the Overton twins used to fall over in their follow-throughs. But I just don't know what that was all about. It didn't seem to speak to Craig Overton, but both the umpires spoke to James Roux.
Yeah.
So something must be going on out there.
Overton in again, final ball of the over. Bowls past the umpire. Length delivery this time, carries through to Roux. Got the ball moving just a little bit.
Yeah, pitch right up in the block hole, that one, and
I'm going to
going
change
past
over
the
to Kevin James.
outside edge. Ooh, goodness me. Well, great bowling from Craig Overton. Unlucky again. And he really hasn't had much luck in this innings. 26 overs, 7 maidens, none for 67. He's gone at just 2.6 runs and over. He's gone past the bat on umpteen occasions. As I will make way.
Thank you very much. There's double change. Assuming we get the 10 minutes up until lunchtime, it's myself, Kevin James, and a new name, a new voice, Charlie Harden, who's going to introduce himself in a moment. He's been up here patiently on the gantry, listening to everybody wittering away. And for the first time, let's plug you in, because Anthony likes his own earphones. There's Somerset earphones that Anthony uses and a Somerset microphone, and he takes them everywhere he goes. Charlie, welcome.
Thank you, Kevin. It's a pleasure to be up here.
Yeah.
At the top of the Hilton Hotel.
Yes, other hotel chains available, of course. You're already getting me into trouble. 323 for 9. As we watch this next delivery from Pretorius, Charlie is going to say a little bit about himself, why he's here and everything. Here's Pretorius. Oh, it's a swing outside the off stump from Ben Brown. It misses as it goes through to keeper Roux, and there is no run. So, you've got a cricketing background. You play a little bit, and you're involved with a podcast. So tell us a little bit.
So yes, Kevin, it's I started about 5 months ago a cricket podcast called the What's the On About Cricket podcast. You might have seen some daily TikTok and Instagram content. However, my cricketing background as a whole, I've played plenty of county age group cricket, playing alongside the likes of Fletcher Middleton and Tom Prest.
Here comes Pretorius. Everybody but the keeper and the slip are on the boundary. That's wide of off stump, and he's got an inside edge there, Brown, flailing away. They could take a single as it meanders down to fine leg, but they don't.
And my current club cricket, playing up at St Cross, was up there yesterday on Saturday. Only to see Felix Organ play a wonderful 143 off 127 for those listeners who know Felix Organ. Played a beautiful innings down at St Cross.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of flair. Hopefully, maybe playing a bit for Hampshire this year.
Yeah, he's played a bit in the past, of course, still on the staff, of course, but just not in the first team 11 at the moment. Here's Pretorius again, right arm over. Brown edges. He's going to bounce a couple of times down to third man below us, and again, they are not taking a single. Yeah, St Cross is a club just outside Winchester. A good club. There's a few Hampshire people involved in there, isn't it? Jimmy Adams was there, or still
Joe
there,
Weatherly.
maybe. Joe Weatherly, yeah, of course. So you're there. You were telling me you did quite well yesterday, didn't you?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, you didn't?
Kevin.
Oh,
No,
maybe I got that
I
wrong.
was lucky enough to just be an onlooker for yesterday's game.
Okay.
The second 11 were doing an incredible net session on the other pitch.
Pretorius again from the pavilion end comes in to Brown. Brown drives up to mid-off. They won't take a single. That's 4 balls at this over so far. 323 for 9.
Brown batting pretty low, do you think, compared to last year? Averaging over 40 with the batting a bit higher up the order. What do you think to Ben Brown batting a little bit lower down as captain?
Yeah, well, he was down at 7, isn't he? Tom Prest, of course, dropped down anyway because of his back spasm yesterday. Just a bit of a conference going on here. They're going to decide to keep the field out, at least for this ball, although mid-on and mid-wicket have come up. So you've got, you say you've got a podcast going. How long's that been going?
So about 5 months. I've been able to build up about 4,000 followers across social medias.
Pretorius in then to Brown. Brown comes down the wicket and hammers that away. Doesn't really time it. The ball just Goes between the mid-wicket and mid-on fielder, and they'll take a single. Brad Wheel looked like he was going to go for 2. But Ben Brown was always going to settle for 1. He moves on to 27, 324 for 9. The lead now for Hampshire is 140, and we're just doing an extra 10 minutes in this session to make up for time that we've lost over the previous 2 days. So you're very much a local boy, you play local cricket, and you've started this podcast as well. So you are into your cricket, I think it's fairly safe to say.
Yeah, some would call me a badger. If that's a term known around here, but of course it is. I love my cricket, and I love watching my cricket as well. I'm a member up at Lords as well, luckily.
Are you?
Playing member for the MCC.
Oh, okay.
So
Right,
I played a bit of cricket for the MCC this summer. Was able to go up there for the first game of the season up in Middlesex, but always been a Hampshire boy at heart.
Right, 3 slips in for Brad Wheel as Pretorius comes in and bowls, and that's slightly short of a length, and the field was out, hoping that Wheel would take a single. They were never going to, so that's the end of the over. We've got 5 minutes until lunch. We've had 91 overs of this Hampshire first innings, 324 for 9, 140 is the lead. So you're here because you'd also like to get into a bit of cricket commentary as well?
I find myself commentating at home, Kevin, when the TV is on the cricket, which it always is.
Right.
I love to test myself with a bit of my own commentary around the edges, and I've just found that I love nothing more than talking about cricket. Hence why I started the cricket podcast.
Yep.
Which is, 15-20 minute stints talking about county championship cricket, top performers, England selection, etc. Who's really hammering that door down.
Yep.
But I can't stop talking about it, unfortunately, Kevin.
Right. Well, this is the place to be because this commentary tends to be what it's all about, of course. Now there is about 4 minutes to go until lunch. My guess is we might get another over in here. Casey Aldridge is taken over from Craig Overton, who looked like he was just simmering a little bit and getting near the boil, I think is the phrase, and kicking the ground during his last over. Brought the umpires together and they had a chat with James Rue, and maybe not surprisingly he's been whisked out of the attack. So Casey Aldridge, who's also wicketless, as is Craig Overton. Aldridge has 16 overs, none for 60. We may not actually get another over in, so I'll tell you what, let's do this over then. Do this over, Charlie.
Thank you, Kevin. Here comes Casey Aldridge, starts his run-up. Into bowl, stepping away Ben Brown, swipe and a play and a miss through to the captain, James Rue, 21-year-old captain. We were having a bit of a talk about it off-air, weren't we? Incredible decision by Somerset, despite the vice-captaincy given to Craig Overton. For James Rue to take the armband. Very interesting call.
Yeah, giving him a bit of experience. Yeah, I think, I like that. I don't know about you, I like that.
Very good to give the young man a bit of extra experience. A lot of good men around him. Tom Abel, plenty of captaincy experience for Somerset as Aldridge begins his run up again into Ben Brown. Attempts a scoop down to fine leg. It's going to take a couple of bounces and be picked up by the fielder out there for 1 run. Ben Brown happy to give the strike back to Brad Wheel. On
the second ball of the over.
Very interesting call, isn't it? He clearly backs his number 11. He's played a few flowing cover drives so far. But Brad Wheel obviously backs himself. And Ben Brown, the captain, happy to give the strike back. As Casey Aldridge stands ready. Throwing the ball from right to left. As Brad Wheel sets up ready. Aldridge bowls, pushed off the back foot for no run into the offside. The score is 325 for 9 Hampshire. They're leading by 141 in conditions which seem to be starting to suit the bowlers, Kevin, and I think they'll be happy about that.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more for the bowlers this morning, probably due to the cloud cover, which the cloud is high, but it's all over. There's not a break, not that I can see.
As Aldridge bowls to Wheel, driving through the gap in the offside. Jack Leach can't quite field it. It's going to trickle towards the boundary. A fielder looks like Tom Banton can just retrieve it in front of the boundary rope. It's 2. Ben Brown happy to keep Brad Wheel on strike for these last 2 balls. Just settling at the non-striker's end before lunch. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, I think Leach maybe just got fingertips on that.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to slow down on the outfield, didn't it? But a good shot by Brad Wheel. Starting to see why Ben Brown is putting the confidence in him. as Aldridge bowls. Driven straighter, well collected by Jack Leach this time at mid-off for a dot ball. Brad Wheel on 12, not out, just over 1 a ball, facing 11 balls. Brown at the other end on 28 off 49. But 1 ball left before lunch, it seems. The time has just struck 10 minutes past 1 with a slightly elongated first session this morning. As Aldridge stands ready, deep cover's gone out as an extra slip moves in. So there's 3 slips now. Deep cover, deep third man. As Aldridge bowls, driven through the offside to a slightly deeper mid-off. Somerset giving the strike back to Brad Wheel for the start of the afternoon session.
Yeah, a bit like the Somerset first innings, a handy last wicket partnership between these two. They've put on 22 so far, 144 runs. Are we going to get another over in here?
Seems we are.
Oh, of course, you're 9 down. There's me. There we go. So if you're looking on the live picture feed, the highest partnership of the innings was between Gubbins and Dawson for the fourth wicket. They were 76 unbroken overnight. That partnership reached 125 when Gubbins went LBW to Tom Lammerby. Three wickets for the left-arm medium pacer, Lammerby. Picked up Dawson and Hampton as well before the second new ball was taken at 267 for 6. That was after 80 overs, and Fuller, Albert and Kyle Abbott are the 3 that have fallen since the new ball was taken. So 6 wickets in total have gone so far this morning. So we're doing extra time now because Hampshire are at 9 down. These rules come into my head as we're going along, really. I forget half the time, and then I suddenly remember that even though we were supposed to go through to 10 past 1, Hampshire being 9 down means we're playing a bit more. I'll do this over then, Charlie, if that's all right. Here's Alfie Ogborn. It's wide of off stump, and it's slashed away by Brad Wheel, and that'll be 4 more. Through backward a point. And Brad Wheel might be a number 11, but you don't really want to be giving him that much width.
No, Somerset very happy to keep Brad Wheel on strike, only to be serving him up a wide half volley to be cracked through backward point there. Brad Wheel seems to be enjoying himself. He'll take as much strike as Somerset give him today.
So the lead now is 148. It was 10 at the start of day 3. And immediately one of the slips has been taken out. Craig Overton has been put to a deepish gully. Here's Ogborn from the pavilion end. Left arm over, bowls. Wheel again smacks that through the covers in front of square this time. Archie Vaughan is out there in the deep and keeps it down to a single. And Wheel moves on to 18. And Hampshire 333 for 9. What have you made overall of the morning session then, Charlie?
It's been a strange one, really. I think Hampshire were looking to build big on that fourth wicket stand between Gubbins and Dawson last evening, but I think they'll be enthused by the brilliant bowling conditions that have clearly made the Hampshire batsmen struggle themselves, but they'll go into the next innings with a lead of 150, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully a few more yet. Field scatters now for Ben Brown as Ogborn comes in and bowls. Brown gets a length ball, works that up to deep mid-off. Or just wide of deep mid-off. He started quickly, Brown, as if to say, well, I think there might be 2, but the fielder's in very quickly. Keep it down to a single. Brown moves on to 29 and Hampshire on to 334 for 9. There's been a lot of time taken out of this game. Only just over 27 overs bowled on day 1. We had a half an hour delay to day 2, and the players were taken off with around about 7 overs to go last night, so quite a bit of time already out of this game. Here comes Ogborn in again, bowls. Brad Wheel drives on the up, and it's split the field, maybe just between extra cover and mid-off, although not enough power to get the ball through, but it is a single. Wheel moves on to 19, 335 for 9. So you've already been up to Lords and watched a bit of cricket up there this season then, Charlie? Yeah,
so watched Marcus Harris get 150, I believe he ended up getting for Lancashire. Okay. Against Middlesex. A lot of talk because they got the World Test Championship final, Australia, coming up at Lords, so maybe Harris seems to be on the fringes of that Australian team, but a few good performances in English conditions.
Okay. Field scattered again. Everybody bar the keeper and Ogborn the bowler on the boundary. Brown drives into the ground and ball trickles out away on the offside. The red ball captain, the new red ball captain for Hampshire, moves on to 30. He's also playing his 200th first-class match, Ben Brown, split between Sussex and Hampshire. And he's taken Hampshire's lead to 152 now. If you're wondering why there's still commentary, you're just joining us, we are doing a bit of extra play because Hampshire are 9 down, which means you always play a little bit extra before lunch when the side is in that situation. So we've got 2 slips now for Brad Wheel. There's no appreciable movement here for Ogborn as he comes in and bowls 2. Wheel's bowled. Well, there's a bit of movement there. That's come back in between bat and pad. 2 stumps knocked out of the ground. Wheel goes for 19. The Hampshire first innings is wrapped up at 336, which means Hampshire's lead on the first innings is 152. That's pretty decisive.
Yeah, after plenty of deliveries from Alfie Ogborn showing no severe lateral movement, one comes in, lovely good length, taking out 2 of the 3 stumps. The umpire's got a bit of work there to put those stumps back in, but it is lunch now. Hampshire have had a morning session they'll be a bit underwhelmed with, I think, after, as I've said, the brilliant evening session they had last night. The only thing they'll be encouraged about is that early movement that they've struggled to face. But the batters walk off back to the pavilion. The Somerset fielders seem pretty happy with themselves. Pick of the bowlers, Miguel Pretorius taking 5 for 64. He's bowled brilliantly throughout the morning session. But the surprise really is Lammonby, Tom Lammonby, 7 overs, 3 for 26. A man who is not really widely considered for his bowling. Took 3 beautiful wickets. A lot with the left arm over the wicket, tailing in to the right-handers. But Tom Lammonby taking career best figures of 3 for 26.
So 336 all out at Hampshire. They added 142 for their last 7 wickets this morning. And we'll take a break and we'll be back in just under 40 minutes time with more live commentary here from the Utilita Bowl on day 3, Hampshire against Somerset.
Welcome to the Utilita Bowl. Good start, isn't it? Welcome back to this game between Hampshire and Somerset. Somerset just bowled Hampshire out for 336. I'm sure I pressed on. And now it's up to Somerset to chase down that lead, which is currently 152. As set by Hampshire. Ben Brown was not out on 30. Brad Will was the last man to go, got dismissed for 19. A very exciting and 19. And now they've got the opportunity, Somerset, to just try and make a bit of a dent in this lead as we make our way into the afternoon session. The sun's out and I'm now talking. I'm sure I pressed the on button.
It doesn't matter. Maybe the light was faulty. Let's put it that way.
Dim, just like my brain cells right now.
So she's Charlotte Taylor, former Southern Vipers off-spinner. I'm Kevin James, and the usual commentary team is with us. That's outside the off-stump from Kyle Abbott, who's bowling from our commentary end, to Archie Vaughan. We have Amelia Clark with us. Anthony Gibson is somewhere around the ground from BBC Somerset and BBC Bristol. And we are we're just starting the afternoon session. There are just under 74 overs left in the day's play here on day 3. Ben Brown was left 30 not out. Hampshire adding 142 for their last 7 wickets this morning. Forward is Archie Vaughan. Plays it back to Kyle Abbott. And there is no run. Archie Vaughan in the first innings was caught behind off Fuller for 29. So we are underway. It was a later lunch, delayed lunch. It was 1:10 initially due to making up time, and then because Hampshire were 9 down, we played an extra 5 minutes.
Is that all it was at the end, 5?
Yeah, it was, about 1:15 it all ended. Abbott, right time over, bowls, Archie Vaughan drives, it's wide of mid-on, and that's a nice falling over the ball stop. I think that's the best way to describe that, by Dawson, who was out this morning for 72, having added just 22 to his overnight total.
Do you reckon he iced his bruise that he was whinging about for maybe 12 minutes?
Yeah, he looked in pain, didn't he, when he got hit almost on the thigh bone, wasn't it?
Yeah, in between the sort of right in the hip crease.
Yeah.
Quite painful, actually.
Here's Abbott. That's very full delivery. Driven nicely through extra cover by Archie Vaughan. That should run away for 4. Half volley there from Kyle Abbott. Dispatched with the minimum of effort from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, just leant on it really, didn't he?
Yeah.
Balanced, and he looks settled already, really. Just after that one shot, you can really see when a player just looks comfortable. And negotiated the first 3 balls with ease, and then pounced on the over-pitch one from Kyle Abbott.
So 4 of the runs have been chalked off. 148. Don't think these scoreboard people are back from lunch yet. Here's Abbott. As Archie Vaughan is forward. Ball goes back up to Dawson. They're back. They've just finished their last scoop of ice cream. And now they've pressed the button.
Ice cream then, if there was ice cream?
Well, no, I think they get treated better than us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mind you, we've been treated very well. Club brought us up some Easter eggs before the start of play. Charlotte Taylor brought in some extra small eggs. Amelia brought in a tub of chocolate stuff, yeah. And then Trish, one of the catering managers here in the hotel, outside the off-stump, left alone, during the lunch break, brought up a nice little beaker full of mints. So we are inundated with food.
Mints is in breath mints, right, okay.
Yeah, mints, yeah.
I thought you meant mints as in like mince meat. I was like, no. Not quite sure how that would go down, but that's fine.
Yeah, some nice little mints which we'll tuck into later. So, to be honest, after the nice big lunch that we've all had...
we'll have to be rolled out of the car park.
Yes, we will. Yeah, we might all look a little different by the end of this evening. So 1 over gone, and it'll be Brad Wheel from the pavilion end.
I'm really happy for Brad Will on the way he started 2025. He's been waiting sort of a long for his opportunity. He's been waiting a long time for it to really sort of lead the attack, and he's been with no Mohammed Abbas and Sonny Baker in and out of the side, and even John Turner going out on loan. It's sort of given him a real sort of opportunity to lead the attack. As he runs towards us from the pavilion end, he bowls down the leg side. That's just as we bigged him up. Good take from Ben Brown, diving to his left. The swing was on offer for Brad Wheel.
That's what we like to see.
What's happening with Scott Curry in 2025? Do we know? Has he gone on loan? I don't feel like he was on loan last year.
Yes. I don't know. Somebody asked me that walking around the ground earlier, and I don't know, actually. I don't know what's happening with him at the moment. We'll try and find out, shall we?
Wheel, and again, left alone. Good carry through to Ben Brown. He's taking it way above his head, enough above his left shoulder. That's really good carry from Wheel. He's definitely in the groove in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, he's 4 wickets.
Second in the wicket taking, is he? 13,
he was top, I think, going into, or equal top. I was actually, I wrote it down. I did actually write it down somewhere. Let's put it, he's up there.
He had 13, and he hasn't taken any yet, so he's still probably got 13, if my maths is correct. He bowls again to Sean Dixon. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Goes through again to Ben Brown.
Yeah, 4 wickets in each of his first 3 matches.
Not bad,
4 wicket innings. Yeah, he's started well. Started the season very well. Encouraging. In a good rhythm. Batted nicely as well for his... I didn't write down how many he got.
He got 19.
19, played quite nice, didn't he?
It was an exciting 19.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching his 19.
16 balls.
Goes past the umpire, bowls to Dixon, who's on the front foot defending, back to him in his follow through. Doesn't pick the ball up though, waits for somebody else to do that. Stoneman's in, collects the ball, shining it on his jumper. 3 slips in play. There's a third and a long leg as well. It's more of a fine actually. James Fuller on the boundary. He turns at the top of his mark. And wanting to make an impact straight away. His Wheel, he's in, he hits the top of the bat, the splice of the bat, it balloons up to point, lands about a foot in front of Gubbins. He takes it on the first bounce. It was a good delivery, it was a rising ball. And Dixon couldn't control it.
Oh yes, watching that again on the replay.
Bit of spite.
Yeah.
I like the fact he's bowling with aggression and with pace.
Yes, we've seen the wicket be a little bit more helpful this morning for the bowlers. Seemed to iron out a bit second half of yesterday.
He's in again as Wheel, down the leg side again. Good take by Ben Brown again on the half volley. They're not easy to take, and he's done well to collect it cleanly. So maiden over from Brad Wheel. Slightly erratic in terms of the line, but to no real cost. 4 for no loss. Somerset. Archie Vaughan on 4 with a lovely boundary in the over before last.
His dad would have been proud of that shot, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Do you see his dad play?
Yes.
No, you did.
I did.
Yeah, of course you. Yeah,
I am old now. 31.
Are you really?
I am 31.
Wow.
I know. Got a baby face, haven't I?
Well, yeah, you have a bit, and also, you know, I suppose now when you're known as a former Southern Vipers Osprey, that adds a few years on, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Kyle Abbott. Anybody that's known as former this or former that. Length ball to Archie Vaughan, who's nicely forward.
But you could be a former preschooler at age like 7.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
And you're not old at.
Yeah,
It's
formerly
all about
of.
what you make it.
It is formerly of such and such preschool. Yeah, I'm not sure too many people are known by that.
Probably not.
But when you say you're a former player, like
Yeah.
you are, former Southern Vipers offspring, it probably makes you sound older than you are.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's all right, that's fine.
Still get ID'd in shops, so I'm okay with that.
Is your analysis, I was just thinking about this. Archie Vaughan again, he's forward to a good length delivery. Your analysis of 6 for 36 in the final.
6 for 34.
6 for 34. But excuse me.
That's okay.
6 for 34 in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final of 2020. Is that still the best Southern Vipers bowling analysis? Would you know? Because I haven't checked that.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Datani got a 5-wicket haul last year here.
Well, obviously that's not as good.
There's been a couple. I don't think there's been any more 6-fers.
Wow.
There's been better in the competition.
Yes, but not from a Vipers player. That's pushed out into the covers, no run. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
That'll never be beaten, of course, by
No,
in
very
regional
true.
cricket.
Very true. But I think the way that Hampshire are going to operate, I think they're sort of continuing the stats and the numbers and everything like that. So it won't be like everyone's making their Hampshire debut. It won't be quite like that. They're going to carry on from sort of what Vipers was.
Oh, are they?
I think so.
Because people like yourself had a Hampshire women's record.
I had 100 Hampshire women's caps, but they weren't professional caps. That's the issue.
Abbott Bowls, that's worked up to mid-on, fielded by Hampton. Oh right, so like when you look up in the whatever website you look it up and it says Charlotte Taylor 100 appearances Hampshire women, if you were to make an appearance for Hampshire women this year, that wouldn't be 101.
No, that would be. I think I was on 49 for the Vipers, so I think it'd be 50, if that makes sense.
That's interesting.
I think that's the way it's. I think every club's doing it a bit differently depending on.
Are they?
I think it's because here we've always felt like Hampshire in a way, even though you didn't wear the same badge and all the rest of it. So I think that's how they're trying to do it.
That's hit on the up by Archie Vaughan, and that's a good diving stop at wide mid-off. And what looked like being 4 runs
Was not.
has been kept down to a single, 5 without loss. Yeah, that's going to be a bit it's going to be a bit complicated for the people that like their stats and looking them up. And now, is that pre-Hampshire days? Is that continuing from Southern Vipers? Is that the new Hampshire? And then, as you say, other teams are doing it differently. It's going to be a little bit complicated, isn't it, looking at all
I feel like there should have been maybe a set way of everyone's going to do it like this. It's going to be fresh starts, it'll be cap number 1 and all the rest of it, but who knows?
Sean Dixon. He's faced 6 balls so far and he's yet to get off the mark. He's facing Kyler, but 3 slips weight at the far end. But Bowles and Dixon is playing probably just inside the line, but that's a good delivery nevertheless. End of the over, 5 without loss. Somerset in their second innings are behind by 147. Just watching the replay of this one, I'm sure the ball has just straightened a little bit on Dixon. Yes, it has. Actually, that's a beauty of a delivery. That hasn't gone past the outside edge by very much. Apologies, we've missed a few emails before lunch. We've been very lucky in this game, actually. We've had lots of emails, which has been lovely. Various emails. I'm going to summarise 1 or 2 because we are into the afternoon session, but I know Nigel Dalby emailed about the camera angles and the sighting of 1 or 2 cameras. Obviously nothing to do with us. Hampshire Cricket, Hampshire Cricket, whatever their email is anyway, email them. We're solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the only email you need to worry about.
Will starts a new over from the pavilion end and bowls on the hip of Archie Vaughan, who works that leg side and doesn't get a single for it.
I'm very quickly going for the ones we missed. Roger Heyman Start, who was in the Rainy Dordogne, who emailed in the morning session saying that he played club cricket with the Bicknell brothers at Surrey, Darren and Martin. That would have been nice.
Will just slowly trudges back. Sorry, Kevin.
No, sorry, no, go on.
Starts at the top of his mark. Goes past the umpire once more over the wicket to Archie Vaughan, who leaves that one alone and goes through to Ben Brown.
Richard, who said that Roger in Sholing, when he emailed, said he let the team down when we were asking for where people were listening. Sholing wasn't quite where we had in mind, but anyway, Richard is still listening in Norway. Sholing's still quite a nice spot anyway. Martin Gregory was asking how cloud cover makes the ball swing. Well, you used to have a nice little bit of drift on your off spin, didn't you?
Yeah, it's to do with, drift and all the rest of it, and the way the wind moves and all those types of things, and the humidity in the air, as that one just wraps Archie Vaughan on the top of the hip. And in terms of the actual science, and that's not a question for me.
Is it not?
No. I can have a rough guess about, how it kind of works, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm sort of all in the know about how cloud cover specifically affects it, but I assume it's something to do with the humidity or something that it...
Yeah, does it compress the air a bit so it makes it...
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. I must admit.
If you know, please let us know, solentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's probably way better people out there who be able to answer that question than us two. As that's a back of a length delivery defended by Vaughan. Back to Whelan as follow through.
Is it something to do with thinner air? If there's blue sky, and then when there's cloud cover, it sort of squeezes the air a bit. I mean, do you know what? I think I'm making it up.
That sounds. I'm believing you. If no one else is, I'm believing you.
As I'm saying it, I'm thinking, JMO, you're just making this up.
But I really like how you just came up with the idea on the spot that sounds legitimate.
It's plausible, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you, I believed you. Wheel in again, a full delivery driven with no real timing by Archie Vaughan. Picks out Stoneman at mid-off, collects the ball. 5 without loss. There's 5 dots in Wheel's second over. He's yet to concede a run. And this is first spell in the second innings. Hampshire are looking to take some quick wickets and put Somerset under some pressure like they did in the first innings. In that patch where they lost a fair few wickets. Their middle order, bit of a collapse happened in quick succession. Wheel in again then, and that will be a single, and that will be a run conceded down to fine leg by Archie Vaughan. So he moves on to 6. The score is 6. He scored all 6 of them, and that's the end of the 4th. So Wheel through 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1.
146 runs behind are Somerset. If you're just joining us, 194 for 3. Hampshire this morning added 142 for their last 7 wickets. Miguel Pretorius finishing with 5 wickets, 5 for 64 for the South African. Bowled well.
It was looking good for Hampshire for a while, especially when Gubbins and Dawson were together.
Yeah. Forward is Archie Vaughan. Another good accurate delivery from Kyle Abbott to start his new over. 2 overs, none for 5. Brad Wheel is 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for none. Sean Dixon, well, it's Archie Vaughan on the strike at the moment. Actually played some nice pleasant shots in the first innings. Did the 19-year-old, playing only his 7th first-class match. Sean Dixon at the non-striker's end made just 7 before he was LBW to Brad Wheel. Vaughan again, he's forward. That goes up towards mid-off.
I was listening to a podcast on my 3-hour trip home from Cardiff yesterday about how about nepotism and about how, you know, people that famous actors and actresses, their offspring more likely to be successful because of who they are. So apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger's son's in The White Lotus or something at the minute that's on TV.
Right.
I haven't seen it, but and apparently he's very good in that.
Abbott runs away from us. Vaughan just works that down to third man, 7 without loss.
And I'm getting to my point, by the way. It has something to do with cricket. And whether that sort of transpires into other areas of work. So if you're more likely to be a bakery owner and you go, oh, my son's going to be a baker like I was a baker. Do you know what I mean? Like, you more tend to go follow your parents' kind of roots. But do they already have an advantage in entertainment business, which is TV, film, sport is an entertainment business, more likely to be successful because of who their parents are and what they maybe did?
Abbott bowls and Dixon lets that one go through.
So Michael Vaughan and Archie Vaughan following in his footsteps, the Flintoff sons following in his... Like, they're more likely to be successful just because of who they are? Is that a plausible sort of argument?
Well, it does, because I guess...
Because they've had more access to, you know, high performance, you know, that going and watching their dads play in front of big crowds in test matches and just having that exposure. They kind of know what that's about from a young age. They kind of know what media attention looks like. All those types of things that come along with being a professional athlete. Agreed.
Dixon forward. Ball works its way up towards mid-on. Well,
obviously you've got to have natural talent at anything you do. So you can't be, you know, an average cricketer, footballer, whoever, in the entertainment business and not be good at what you do. You obviously have to have that part, but do you have that little bit of an edge because of following in parents' footsteps? And you've already got, well, you're Michael Vaughan's son, we've got to give you a trial because, you know, you've got to be good compared to how good he was, type of thing.
Maybe they're given initially,
a little
the chances, because they might be as good or better. Oh, that ball's nipped away. That's a good delivery. Dixon actually did quite well, just make sure he didn't follow the line of the ball. Lovely carry as well from Abbott to finish off that over. Well, I think we, in its most simplest form, you see it when you're at cricket grounds where those players that have children, they'll come on the pitch at the end of the day, won't they, and have a little whack with a bat, you know, their little cut-down bat or their little plastic bat. And so straight away they're being exposed to something, aren't they? And
without even, and it's not the fault of the parents or the kids, but you might have person A from bog standard background with milkman dad or whatever, no cricket sort of experience or whatever, and then you might have other child be that's born into a family of professionalism and cricket, and they might have the exact same ability as Brad Will starts a new over, full delivery defender back to him and his follow through, but they might end up potentially in the same place, but somebody might just get somewhere ahead of you because of who they are.
I agree. Well, I mean, again, it's interesting.
Which is no one's fault, it's just life, right?
It is.
It's just
well, if you were
food for thought.
If you were say a milk person, and you might, if you're allowed, bring your little one on the milk cart and do around, they might think, well, this is fun. So they're straight away you're exposed to that. They actually might possibly have been a brilliant golfer, but they wouldn't be exposed to that.
Yeah, and it's really interesting where you end up and all the rest of it. Pulled Brad Wheel away, does Dixon. No, sorry, my apologies, it was Archie Vaughan. Just sort of swiveled on it, went all the way along the floor for 4. It's a really controlled shot, takes his score to 11, takes the total score to 11 as he just rides with the bounce and follows it round the corner, picks up a lovely boundary.
It's impossible to try everything, isn't it? And so you naturally, your parents, it would be the first things you do, wouldn't they? Because they bring you along.
Most people's stories are that their families and parents and dads and whatever got them into cricket, which is my story as well, so it's like quite similar. But it's interesting, you might have somebody that just never knows how good they could be. As Will starts again, bowls to Vaughan, who's straighter in line and defends that one back down the pitch.
Your story is typical of a generation of women's regional players, and I listen to some podcasts and I hear how they got into cricket, and it's all because their parents or their brother were at cricket grounds, and rather than you guys doing absolutely nothing there, you would join in with a bit of practice and have a so you got to like the game through that. That's typical of your sort of generation, isn't it?
Whereas interesting, like my friends that are having children now and starting their own families, their children's experiences will be very different. They've watched their mum play cricket, and that's awesome. As Will bowls again to Archie Vaughan, who works that leg side and picks up a single. To is that Brett Hampton there? Just picked up the ball yet? For a single. No, he's down here. Who's that up there?
Wide
mid that's Abbott.
That's Abbott. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And you're right. Then the following generation, it's going to be more of a. Maybe the opportunity is there to actually play, rather than having to be lucky that your parents and brother played.
And you're winning competitions and all that kind of stuff as different things progress. Wheel in again, defended by Dixon, back to him in his follow through. It's a good line being operated here by Brad Wheel.
I'm off at the end of this over. Just very quickly, Andy Millard, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, just to let you know that the reception is loud and clear here in Western Connecticut in the USA. Temperature is 13 degrees.
It's probably about the same here. 13 degrees.
Oh, is it? Is that what it says on your watch?
Wheel again approaches, runs towards us, bowls to Dixon. He's going to take a quick single and does it with ease, really, as he takes one off Brad Wheel to complete the 6th over of this second innings. Kevin James is going to take a break, and I'm going to be joined by Anthony Gibson. Somerset 13 for no loss. Vaughan on 12 and Dixon on 1. Got an email here, soniccricket@gmail.com, from Trevor Hillary. Just googled the cloud cover question about whether the ball's likely to swing, so I'll just literally read what the search engine is saying. Obviously other search engines are available, of course. Cloud cover doesn't directly cause a cricket ball to swing. Instead, the perceived effect is likely due to the reduced turbulence. I'll come back to that as Kyle Abbott starts a new over and bowls to Sean Dixon, who's defending in the air under cloudy conditions, which allows the ball to swing more predictably. This is because sunlight can create convection currents that disturb the airflow around the ball, making it harder for the bowler to achieve a controlled swing.
Well, that's one of the more plausible answers I've heard to one of the great conundrums of cricket, which is why the cricket ball swings sometimes and sometimes doesn't.
Abbott in again, bowls to Dixon, beats the outside edge. It comes back a fraction and is taken to the left of Ben Brown, who is excited by that delivery. As we would have been as Hampshire fans. Look at it again on the live picture feed. Yeah, it's come back a little bit and beaten Dixon. He's struggling at the minute. He's 1 from 14. He's not having the easiest time of it.
He's not, but he's still there. Sam Shane on Twitter has posted a poll on how many runs the opening partnership was likely to make. It's on at Sundial Mark, if you want to take part in that.
Are you going to vote, Anthony?
No.
Fuller delivery from Abbott, worked leg side by Dixon. No run is taken.
But they don't have a great record so far this season, these two.
They'll be wanting to build on it nonetheless.
And 13 is actually a pretty good start by Somerset standards without losing a wicket.
This has been the opening partnership for the first 2 games, these two?
21 they made against Worcester, and then 14 and 4 against Sussex.
And that is a full delivery, work leg side by Dixon. They're going to get 1 at least. It's running away, actually. They're going to get 4 as the ball trickles over the rope square on the leg side. It's a over-pitch delivery from Abbott, and it's well worked by Dixon. And they pick up 4 more, so we're on to 17 now. Somerset trail by 135.
And 14 in the first innings here. So it's the second highest opening partnership of Somerset season.
With the highest being 20, did you see 21?
21, yeah.
Well, another boundary like that would see it equalled. It's a nice steady start from the 2 of them. Left alone, that one outside the off stump, as Sean Dixon doesn't offer a shot. Dixon on 5 from 17. Probably struggled slightly more between himself and Archie Vaughan.
Well, he only averages 19 for Somerset, does Sean Dixon, in first-class cricket, which is quite a come down from... Sorry, I'll just get my notes.
That's okay.
From what he averaged when he was with Kent and Durham.
But in again to Dixon. He pushes that one square on the offside this time, just backward a point as Fletcher Middleton does the fielding. They do collect a single, though, to complete the 4th over from Kyle Abbott. It conceded 5. The score is 18. Dixon moves to 6. And Somerset trail in their second innings by 134.
Yeah, for Kent, Sean Dixon in 60 games averaged 35.4 with 900s and 12 50s. For Durham in 18 games, he averaged 35.65, 400s and 3 50s. For Somerset, this is his 20th game. He has scored 609 runs so far at around about 19 runs per innings with just 4 50s and yet to score a century for Somerset.
He's got a great record and he'll be wanting to put that right as soon as possible.
Here's Wheel in and bowls, and Dixon plays this well, just keeps it down, leaving him outside the off stump. Good stop down below us by Brett Hampton, down at third man. Saves the boundary, they come back for 2. Score moves on to 20. Nicely played that, quite deliberate dab into the offside, making sure it went wide of the slips.
Yeah, it was good.
Interesting that Hampshire have got a third man. Don't always see a third man posted when the ball is new. As Wheel is in, bowls to Dixon, who drives, plays around his front pad a little bit, but found just about the middle of the bats, fielded by the bowler in his follow through. James Fuller just loosening up. Looks like he might come into the attack sooner rather than later. Just jogging up from short third man to take up his position at third slip. It's quite pleasantly warm here now as Wheel is in and bowls, and again he's playing around his front pad is Sean Dixon. That's what got him out in the first innings, playing a defensive shot to a ball coming into him and not keeping his bat straight, looking to turn it into the onside.
Yeah, it causes so many problems when batters do that, isn't it? You get the leading edge come into play there, and playing around the front pad with a swinging ball is always problematic, so trying to keep that bat going back towards mid-on for as long as possible.
Absolutely. Brad Wheel, nice smooth run up. He's in and bowls, and there's no run here as that goes to square leg where Liam Dawson picks it up. Somerset 20 without loss. You feel that Somerset will have to bat for at least 4 sessions and then hope to take a whole lot of Hampshire wickets very, very quickly. But the key thing is for Somerset not to get bowled out.
Yeah, just keep batting.
It's hard to see how they can force a win from here, given the time available in the weather forecast.
Yeah,
But
some rain around tomorrow, isn't there?
Wheel in, bowls, and it's a good solid defensive shot from Dixon, no run. As the bowler fields in his follow through. Yeah, I mean, if they can bat till tea tomorrow, was that 4 sessions? 100 runs a session, 400. Then give themselves a session, or maybe a little bit more than a session, to bowl Hampshire out. Can't see it really. It's not going to become a raging Turner, this pitch. Wheel in bowls, and there's a single here as Dixon turns that into the onside now, but not the quickest at mid-on, and they spotted that, the 2 Somerset openers. That's the second single they've stolen, with the ball just being played fairly gently in the direction of Kyle Abbott. Single is taken, it's 21 without loss, with 12 of those to Archie Vaughan and 9 to Sean Dixon.
Yeah, they just need to keep building, really, don't they, Somerset? Just keep building, keep batting, and they might get into a position whereby they can maybe spot a part of the game where they can attack a little bit more, score a bit more freely. And like you say, if they can bat through until middle of the day tomorrow and then just see where they are, and if they feel like they've got enough on the board to force a result, then they will try and bowl them out. I've got no doubt about that.
Yep, but
if they can get a draw out of it at this stage, then they'll be happy with that just as much.
they certainly will. I mean, 152 is a lot to concede on first innings. If it was the other way round, it would be in follow-on enforcing territory.
James Fuller then to replace Kyle Abbott from the hotel end. Kyle Abbott bowled with the new ball this morning, and James Fuller's just about to replace him with number 26 on his back as he runs away from us and bowls to Dixon. He beats the outside edge first up with a bit of a wobble seam. Good delivery from James Fuller, coming to the side today to replace Sonny Baker, and he's a different bowler to Sonny Baker, but what I saw of him in the first innings, James Fuller, when he had the ball in his hand, was he just bowled Fuller, which is,
Fuller
ironic.
Fuller from Fuller.
But generally he bowls back of a length and bangs it in, and he's almost like an impact bowler, whereas actually he offered the ball to swing, he got it up there a bit more than I've seen him before.
He's got a very distinctive run-up. You could never mistake him for anyone else.
A bit of a shuffle as he goes and bowls to Dixon, who's solid in defence and thinks about sneaking another single into the offside, but Gubbins equal to it on this occasion.
He accelerates up to the crease really well, does James Fuller. Obviously a natural athlete, it's a very athletic approach. And a nice easy action. He generates pace without appearing to try too hard.
That's the dream, isn't it, really? For injuries and all the rest of it, don't just want it to be smooth and repeatable. But I like it when he gets up there and he offers to swing the ball, gets a bit of movement. That's another swinging delivery that's driven out to deep cover.
What do you think about Hampshire having a sweeper out in the what over will we in? The 9th over.
Well, I can only think that they want Dixon to try and drive that delivery and bring the slips in. That's the only reason why I could think that it would be there.
They did this in the first innings, Hampshire.
So it's obviously some sort of plan.
I said to Kevin that I thought they were trying to lull the batsmen into a false sense of security, make them think it was a little bit too easy, and then play at balls they didn't need to play at, which is exactly what happened. So perhaps it's a repeat of the same tactic.
Would they have learnt from it, though? Somerset, that's a back of a leg delivery. It's beautifully worked leg side by Archie Vaughan. It's a lovely shot. Just a clip off the hip as he picks up another simple single out to the fielder at deep square.
4 men out in the 9th over.
It looks like a T20 field, doesn't it, almost? Or at least a 50-over field.
Yeah, 50, yeah, 4 men out. That's all you're allowed in 50-over cricket at this stage in the proceedings.
Just looks like a typical
Two
white
slips.
ball field, yeah, doesn't it?
Kyle Abbott out of the attack.
And 2 men on the drive are inside what would be a circle if there was one there. As another clip off the hip, this time from Sean Dixon into the leg side. It's collected by an ambling Abbott. And they pick up 1 more to the total, 24 for no loss. 3 singles conceded so far off Fuller's first over.
Yes, there are plenty of singles to be had. They just need to get their heads down, these two, concentrate, and don't fall into the same trap.
Yeah, you don't want to be done by the same thing twice, do you?
They succumbed to in the first innings.
Fuller shuffles in once more, past the umpire now, and bowls to Vaughan, who's defending and thinks about another single, but there's 3 fielders, including the bowler, that's converging on that one, and there is no single taken. So 24 the score, Somerset trail by 128 is the deficit.
Yep, and not much, he says, not much happening for the bowlers just yet, tempting fate. But there was that one ball from Brad Wheel that really took off, wasn't there, that Sean Dixon did well not to poke to cover, where it took him high on the bat, right on the shoulder of the bat. Here comes Brad Wheel to bowl another over. Bowling to Sean Dixon, who turns it round the corner, and there won't be a run. As Fletcher Middleton picks up by the square leg umpire. Both batsmen on 11. 24 without loss. Sun trying to break through. Quite a lot of hover flies around in our camera galley from which we are commentating. We're a long way from the action. A good 100 yards outside the off stump from Wheel to Dixon, and no run. Again, we've only got 2 men out for Brad Wheel, long leg and third man, and 3 slips, so a little bit more aggressive from Hampshire with the Brad Wheel bowling from the pavilion end.
I suppose he's been the key wicket taker for Hampshire in this sort of first period of the county championship thus far. So they're thinking that he's more likely to take a wicket than anyone, hence the aggressive field.
He's in now and bowls, and Dixon just no run there as he stuns that back to the bowler. Yeah, Brad Wheel took 456 in the second innings against Yorkshire, and 4 for 65 in the first innings against Surrey, and 4 for 46 here in the first innings against Somerset.
Making a habit of taking 4-fers and not 5-fers.
But still, it's a good start to the season.
It is from a guy that's not played an awful lot of championship cricket in the last few years.
He's there, bowls, and Dixon won't get a run there as it goes out to Mark Stoneman at mid-off. Not a big crowd here at the Utilita Bowl, but they are scattered all around the ground, which gives decent atmosphere in proportion to the number of spectators there are here. Somerset at Taunton, they close off 4 of the 5 bays of the big Somerset stand, which gives that side of the ground a rather empty feel. You don't get that here. Wheel in a bowls, he's caught behind. That's the end of Sean Dixon. No, he's not caught behind. It's not the end of Sean Dixon.
It was convincing, wasn't it? I saw the movement and thought,
well, I thought that the way that Dixon looked behind him, we watched the replay, he looked straight away behind, and then he also moved his right glove as if to say, "Oh, blow! I've done it again." But umpire Mike Burns' hands remained firmly by his side, so
he survives.
He survives. Apologies for giving Somerset listeners heart attacks as this is pushed into the onside, but it did look for all the world, did it not, Charlotte?
Yeah, no, it did. And I think he feels
all the sort of body
well.
language was that he'd nicked that through, but he didn't, at least not in the opinion of umpire Mike Burns. And Wheel, well, it wasn't so much an appeal, it was a Stuart Broad type celebration, wasn't it, as he ran down the pitch with his arms raised to celebrate the first Somerset wicket. But it wasn't a wicket, and Dixon survives, and Somerset 24 without loss.
Thank you, Anthony. You're going to be joined by Amelia now.
Thank you, Charlotte. That's Charlotte Taylor. And Amelia Clark will come in, and we've got James Fuller in from this hotel end to Archie Vaughan. He'll pick up a comfortable single into the onside as Kyle Abbott picks up from mid-on, 25 without loss. That was a nervous moment for Sean Dixon, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yes. I've never seen you so happy to say, actually, he's not out.
Well, it just looked.
It did. I think by all accounts.
I didn't hear a nick, and obviously the umpire didn't either. As Fuller is into Dixon outside, long way outside the off stump.
The rest of the ground did as well.
But he looked. Dixon looked round at the wicketkeeper, so anxiously,
Absolutely.
and then sort of made the gesture with his right hand, as if to say, "Blow it! I've done it."
Why did I do that? Absolutely. But
then he looked up, and there was no finger to be seen. Relief all round. Who knows how important that might be to Sean Dixon's career, certainly this season or in the next few games, as this time he's just dropping that down into the offside. There's no run, because he's had 4 failures, because Somerset only played 1 innings against Worcestershire. He didn't make any runs there, didn't make any runs in either innings against Sussex, didn't make any runs in the first innings here, and there have been a lot of calls on our old friend social media for him to be dispensed with, and he needs to answer his critics with a good innings. Fuller in and bowls, and he won't get a run here, as that's out into the offside, picked up by Nick Gubbins.
we have had an email from solincricket@gmail.com from a Stephen Hubbard saying, hi Anthony, I'm delighted, much like yourself, from the turnaround, and have my fingers crossed for the opening stand. So yes, hopefully, and the middle order can stay up. So thank you, Stephen, for emailing. If you do want to email us about anything to do with today, solincricket@gmail.com.
Fuller in and bowls on leg stump, turned away for 4 runs. Juicy leg stump half volley that from James Fuller, who gives a gentle kick at the popping crease, unlike Craig Overton, who was told off something rotten by the umpires this morning for swinging a mighty boot through the bowling crease, to the extent that as Somerset were walking off, Craig Overton actually went up and apologised to the ground staff for making a bit of a mess. It was just a gesture of frustration, no more than that. 29 without loss. Dixon on to 15, and plays a rather unnecessary shot to a rising ball outside his off stump, but manages to keep it down into the offside. There's no run taken. It's 29 without loss, 15 to Dixon and 14 to Archie Vaughan.
Gonna have another change of ends, obviously, and be from the pavilion end.
I don't think Craig Overton inflicted much damage on the turf. So we
more
can't
of a
see
scuff,
anything very much from here. It was more a scuff, but it was a fairly violent kick. Probably accompanied by an oath, if I knew Craig Overton.
So Vaughan in again. Wheel, sorry, in again, and that's just played off. Very
nice shot that was.
Yeah.
Straight to a fielder. What a shame.
We're square of the wicket, but, picking out the fielder straight away. I think there's going to be a slight reset in the fielding. We're going to lose a slip out to what looks like mid-wicket.
Well, these two have built a decent platform now, 29.
Yes.
It's important that at least one of them, if not both of them, now goes on to make the most of it.
Wheel in again from the pavilion end. over the wicket, and that's just played, slips off to short fine leg there, but only one scored, as there was a fielder waiting by the boundary.
The nursery ground is away to our left, and as I was walking round, and beyond that is the golf course, and as I was walking round for lunch, I noticed it right in the middle of the square on the nursery ground was a golf ball.
Someone's
and a golfer on the far side of the fence signalling to the groundsman to retrieve the golf ball.
As Wheel comes in again, and that's just blocked. Played straight in front of him, and it doesn't go more than.
And the groundsman ignored him. So when I came back from having lunch, the golf ball was still there. It must have been a very, very wild shot, though.
Absolutely. Goodness me.
Yeah, the ground is surrounded on two sides, really, by the golf course.
Every so often you do see a golf buggy come nipping past.
Yeah.
Will goes back to the top of his mark and begins his very long run up from the pavilion towards us at the hotel end. Dickinson on strike, plays, bowls, and that's just played, knocked off to third man, and it's going to beat the fielder to the boundary for 4 runs.
I think he intended that.
I think it was a mixed. It was
whether he intended that or whether he was trying to take his bat away, I'm not entirely sure, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he just dabbed it down.
It didn't catch an edge, so it looked a little bit more purposeful than perhaps I thought at first.
We'll see a replay of it, but brings him 4 runs anyway, and
he'll be happy with it.
Sean Dixon for keeping it down.
Yeah, Hampshire will be keen to break up this partnership of 34. Vaughan and Dickinson, as Wheel comes in again. Bowls over the and it's just a little bit of a shout from the slips there, as we there was a sort of sound of a clip or an edge, but umpire's not interested, and
I don't think it missed the off stump by very much. I think that's what they were getting excited about. Is it ducked back in from Wheel? Yeah, it did. It moved sharply back into Sean Dixon.
Ben Brown diving to stop that one going any further. Managed to. So Wheel will bowl the final ball of his over. Dickinson still on strike. Wheel in again. Past the umpire. Over the wicket. Bowls a little bit shorter, but dead straight, and Dickinson is able to just get his bat up and block that.
It's Dixon, not Dickinson.
Sorry, Dixon. Thank you. I was giving you a new name.
End of the over, 34 without loss, and it's the best opening partnership that these two have put together for Somerset. And let's hope it's the first of many, and that between them they can solve Somerset's opening partnership problem, which has been with the county for a good many years now.
They have it very solid, very together, and a good pair as well. They seem to communicate well.
Here's Fuller to bowl to Vaughan. Won't get a run there as he defends it back to the bowler. The only disadvantage of this combination is they're both right-handers.
Yes.
And opening bowlers, I think, prefer bowling to right-hand, to either to two right-handers or to 2 left-handers, so that they don't have to switch their line every time the batsman change ends. Fuller into Vaughan, and there won't be a run there as it's played back to the bowler. He's got a good temperament, Archie Vaughan. He likes opening the innings. He sees that as his role for Somerset on into the future. He says he's very committed to playing for Somerset. He's got no desire to go back up north to play for his father's county. Fuller in and bowls to him and draws his bat inside the line of a good ball, leaving him outside the off stump, taking a leaf out of Nick Gubbins' book. Gubbins, who was complimented by Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, on the way he left the ball in that long innings yesterday afternoon.
I've had an email at solentcricket@gmail.com from Ralph Brooker. Thank you, Ralph. It seems to be in a very, very rainy France, and he's even on severe flood alert. So stay safe, Ralph. But I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary.
Fuller in and bowls, full length delivery, driven into the offside. There'll just be a single as Stoneman fields to his left at mid-off. 35 without loss. Vaughan on to 16. Bowling a full length is James Fuller, which is something that Hampshire bowlers have done throughout. Ball just seems, A, gives it a better chance to swing, and B, pitched up, particularly from this hotel end, it does seem to do more off the pitch than shorter. Fuller's in and bowls on leg stump and inside edge from Dixon's bat out into the onside, brings him a single.
Again, from the pavilion end towards us at the hotel end. He bowls. Full length delivery. There's a very big shout for LBW, but the umpire does not seem interested at all. That was you could really hear that clatter into the pads of Carl Abbott there.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Dickinson,
And the replay is not working.
Not work. Oh, yeah,
Oh, it
no,
is.
we have.
No.
No, it's not.
This is great commentary, everybody. Just as we were about to see the replay, it went blank. And now we're back live. Here we are. I've just seen it again. He may have got just outside the line.
Carl Abbott begins his run up again towards us, past the umpire, over the wicket. A fuller delivery there, and it's just been pushed off to the offside, and the third man will come and pick that up. Just letting Somerset have the one run this time. Somerset 37 for 0. They are in a deficit of 115 runs, but the partnership of Vaughan and Dixon are doing well, and they are building quite a partnership, as I say, together.
Doing well, aren't they? Knocking off this deficit,
They
these
are,
two.
yeah. Hampshire will be very keen to get rid of both, if not one of them, very soon. And Kyle Abbott begins again. In past the umpire, bowls. Another slightly fuller delivery, but not too much of a problem for Archie Vaughan.
So it looks, I don't know, it just looks as though the wicket's calmed down a bit more again.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it seemed to be, there's a little bit out there, but just looks as though batting second time around for Somerset is a little easier than it was first time around.
Yes. That will be a little bit more comfortable out there than they were maybe in the first innings. Kyle Abbott begins again. In, past the umpire, bowls. Or a fuller delivery in, much to the dismay of the slips. That just knocks off to mid-wicket there. But they hold Somerset for 0 on that one. Kyle Abbott only conceding 1 run so far on this over. 12 overall so far in this second innings of bowling for Hampshire.
Let's have a look at this forecast, because there's been talk about forecasts tomorrow. I don't know if it's changed much.
Yes.
Has
I
it?
think it depends. It's one of those, it depends what you're looking at as Carl Abbott comes in again. Bowls. Much fuller delivery. Just gets knocked off on leg side. No run scored. And the overs will turn over. So Abbott only conceding 1 that over, so he'll be quite happy with that. Somerset scored 37 for nothing at the moment, so they haven't lost any wickets. Archie Vaughan is on 16 and Dixon is on 21. I don't know why I keep trying to call him Dickinson, but it's Dixon.
Do you know somebody called Dickinson then?
I think I must do, because
Yeah.
it's rolling off the tongue a little too easily.
Yeah.
But yes, Anthony corrected me earlier, thank you, and I was appreciative of it.
Anthony correcting somebody? No.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was
That's not
okay.
what-
I was in the wrong.
Here's Fuller. Forward is Dixon. And that's played back on the offside. Well, that doesn't, no, that's not the Anthony Gibson that I know.
No.
Yes, he's, as he says in the background there, he's very used to correcting my grammar. And he's good, because Anthony is very good with words, as I've learnt over the years. And he comes out with at least 1 or 2 words every game that I've never heard of. And he explains the meaning of the word, and he uses them in very good context. So that's turned away down to fine leg, gone very fine, and that's going for 4 up towards the pavilion. Dixon moves on to 25, 41 without loss. He's very good like that, but Anthony enjoying correcting people is not the Anthony I know normally. Just on my grammar, that's all. Of which there are plenty of opportunities. So 41 without loss. Good start here for Somerset, second time around. I was saying about the weather tomorrow because I think this is turning into being a really good game. I really do. There's no reason to think that Somerset won't get a decent lead here. Looking at the way things are going, that's pushed out on the offside. Good length ball there from Fuller. And they are still behind by 111. Still a lot behind, but if they can get ahead by 150,
yeah,
who knows? So we don't really want it to rain. I've got showers, Amelia. I don't know what your app says for tomorrow.
Yeah, mine said predominantly in the afternoon, but then on the BBC it seems a little bit more rainy.
Yeah.
To use the word.
Yeah, something like the BBC want to be more pessimistic. He just pulls the bat away at the last minute, does Sean Dixon. Good delivery there from Fuller. He's been actually quite consistent in this spell. James Fuller, coming towards the end of his 4th, conceded just 14. Just watching the replay of this last delivery. And, yeah, that's just straightening a little bit. Just a little.
He had a fantastic last innings, so he'll be hoping to replicate that again.
Yeah, bowled some real big wicket-taking balls. The one that got Archie Vaughan swung away. Tom Lammonby chased a bit of a wide one, to be honest. Those were his first 2 wickets early on. Comes in again. And bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Dixon's having a little nibble at that one, and I don't think anybody's going to take him to task on that one because that's bounced and it's straightened. Just watching that again on the replay. It's a beauty of a delivery. Here he comes, Fuller, and oh my word, it's turned him around like a can of peas.
I love
or
that.
opened him up like a can of peas, I should say.
Someone said you turn around canopies very frequently.
you don't get turned around like a can of peas. You get opened up like a can of peas.
No, I like it. I think that's the new phrase.
Yes, like that one. Here's Fuller again. Dixon just guides that to point off the back foot. End of the over. 41 without loss then Somerset. Applying to the Hampshire total, first innings total of 336. Fiona, the Hampshire scorer, has just messaged me to say that Ethan Baker is the substitute fielder for Hampshire, so we'll make a note of that one. Keep that in the back of our minds, because poor Toby Albert's having a bit of a game, isn't he, really, in terms of fitness. He's got a bit of a sore back. Came out to bat this morning, much lower down the order than he would normally bat, and made just 3.
Yeah, Charlotte and I were on when he was on as well, and he was batting well, but his running just looked a bit tentative, I think's the word.
Yeah.
As Abbott comes in again from the pavilion towards us, past the umpire. Bowls. Nice full length ball there. And let's just get knocked into the leg side.
Yes, it's not ideal when you've got to move forward and backwards as a batter.
Yeah.
If you've got a bad back, that's not easy.
And even if it's not hurting, I think you're worried about doing something that's then going to jar it and cause the pain again. So it's sort of always in the back of your mind.
I mean, lucky for Toby, Hampshire have a week off after this game.
Yes. Abbott in again. Bowls. Shorts this time, bounces up, and that we pushed off to the offside, and it'll be going for 4. The chasing fielder just couldn't quite catch it.
All right. Yeah, Fiona's just corrected me, actually. He's on as a substitute for Brad Wheel. Toby Albert is actually on at second slip, and as soon as Fiona messaged me and said that, I said, oh, look, there's Toby. So Toby is out there. So his bad back is maybe not quite as bad.
That's good.
At the moment, so he's okay to field second slip. It's
be,
Brad Wheel that's off. Thank you, Fiona. It'd be nice to know what's going on.
Abbott in again, still looking for that first wicket. Balls again slightly shorter, very straight, and it's just pushed off.
Yep.
For no runs.
Yeah, I got a message just now to say the lights are coming on. Thank you very much. Yes, they're coming on.
And they are coming on.
Yeah, and even Alex in our commentary gantry here has just said lights are on. So thank you. We're getting information coming from everywhere at the moment, which is probably just as well. Players went off last night for bad light. The lights weren't even on.
No. Abbott in again. And that's just pushed off again. Onto the offside. A fielder sort of dove and stopped it, but then kind of misfielded, and they managed to scamper through for 1.
Gubbins did well there.
Yeah, Gubbins also seems to be looking to now hold his back a little bit. I don't think he was. He sort of ended up sort of splayed on the floor a bit then, so I don't think he was best comfortable.
I'm not sure they did get a single, you know.
They don't. They
no, I think they started
oh,
and then went back. Yeah.
They did. Apologies, they did not score. Abbott then again from the pavilion end. Full length delivery there, and just blocks off to mid-off. No run scored.
So now Joe on the ground's telling me that Brad Wheel's on the field too now. So,
who is this substitute fielder for?
Yeah. So I think what we'll do, we'll just erase the last 2 minutes of commentary, and we'll forget any of that ever happened.
Abbott at the top of his mark again. Hope he knows who his fielding positions are as he bowls. Full length delivery again. Oh, and it's just scampered past mid-off, and it was going to go for 4 as it trails through to the boundary line just in front of the pavilion there.
You can tell his dad coached him a lot, can't you, Archie Vaughan?
Yeah.
It's just like watching his dad bat. Really, I mean, that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? I mean, what he's done no more than just a push drive there.
Yeah.
But what he's done there is that he's actually, not only is the bat coming through the ball, but his body weight is there.
Yeah.
So actually, as he arrives at the ball, his body is also moving forward. So you don't actually have to give it a great big whack with your arms to get the power.
Use the pace
You're
of the ball.
actually using, yeah, you can see there on the replay.
Just strong body movement.
Just his body weight into the shot.
Somerset 49 for no loss.
Look at that. What a lovely straight bat as well.
Lovely.
Not much wrong with that. Here's Fuller. To start his 5th over, runs away from us, bowls. Dixon's off the back foot, hits it down towards 3rd. A bit uppishly because it bounced, but there is no gully. And that's the 50 up, which is enthusiastically applauded by Anthony Gibson.
I didn't know where that clapping was coming from.
Well, he's waking up, is our Anthony.
I knew it was coming from somewhere.
Yeah, he went off for a nap earlier when Hampshire had that first innings lead of 150. But slowly but surely, as this partnership is taking root, Anthony's coming out of his slumber and beginning to sort of rub his eyes, and has had a Red Bull. Other energy drinks available, and he's back with us. That's pulled away by Archie Vaughan. Down to it's caught! Well, what a catch that is!
Brilliant catch.
Brett Hampton. Well, I thought he just helped it away on the leg side, Archie Vaughan. Well, he did, but he did it in the air. And he's picked out the one man at deep square leg, and Hampton has dived low to his right, picked it up.
Phenomenal catch.
And that is a mistake from Archie Vaughan.
I think we both thought that bounced.
Yeah.
But no, brilliant catch there from Hampton, sort of diving to his right-hand side and caught it just before it hit the ground. And Anthony's
gone back to sleep now.
He's gone for another nap. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's a bit of a lazy shot, I have to say.
So
it was a shortish ball.
And that was on Somerset's exact 50 for 1. They've just gone, and that was Archie Vaughan just going. There's a brilliant catch from Hampton. Has dismissed the first Somerset batsman.
So 5th wicket in the match for James Fuller. Somerset 50 for 1, 102 runs behind. Bonus wicket, that one. I think you'd look at that as a fielding side and say, well, yeah, we'll take that. Hampton out there, I presume, for that shot.
Yes.
I mean, definitely a mistake from Archie Vaughan there. I don't think his dad would be too pleased when he sees that on the replay sometime, or the highlights. And the new batter for Somerset is Tom Lammonby. Picked up career best first-class wickets, first-class analysis in Hampshire's first innings of 3 wickets. I can't remember exactly because I haven't written it down. There's a lot of things I haven't written down today, actually. I felt I've been doing a lot of talking up here in the gantry. There's a few people more than normal, and I just find pre-match I start to talk a load. Lamberby 3 for 26. There we go.
Kevin James is blaming us
Yeah,
for his lack of.
Amelia, it's all your fault.
It's all my fault.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can blame me.
Taze, Anthony, Charlie, who's on in a minute. Yeah, it's all your fault. So Lamberby, the left-hander, who was playing very nicely in the first innings until he chased that wide one from Fuller. Went for 36 off just 43 balls.
Fuller will be hoping to replicate that again.
He will. Most certainly. It is a little more gloomy out there. You can understand why the lights are out there. It just feels like the clouds have got a little more dense.
That have suddenly swarmed around our gantry.
There is.
There's lots of sort of flying little.
Fuller bowls outside the off stump. Yeah, there is a few. You're right.
Yeah, they've come out of nowhere. But I said this yesterday. I think a lot of these were out about this time when all the seagulls were flying around, and that's what they must have been going after.
Yeah, well, let's hope that the seagulls don't cotton on that all these
right next
flies are around here, because they'll be flying around us. It won't take long. There was a spell last year where there was a lot of gulls around this end of the ground. It was quite annoying, actually. They were very loud. There was a lot of them. And it was a bit disconcerting, to be honest. Right, the field's changing a little bit for Lamberby. There's now a gully in, 2 slips in a gully as Fuller runs away from us. And bowls, low full toss, driven and half stopped by Fuller, who seems to have injured his hand as the ball makes its way down towards the boundary, but Carl Abbott will pick it up just inside the rope. And Lamberby has picked up 2. Hope James Fuller's all right, because it looks like whatever he's injured, it's on his bowling hand.
He's still looking at it, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think it was as he went to stop, he may have sort of pulled a finger back, but didn't quite manage to stop the ball completely. He seems okay. He's still looking at it though, whatever the injury was. He's begun his running again, so hopefully all is well.
Here's Fuller, bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, but it's quite high. And that'll be the end of James Fuller's over, or is it? No, not quite. One more ball to go. Yep. 52 for 1. Thank you to Chris Giles, suncricket@gmail.com. He says that he quite liked me with that turn of phrase, turn like a can of peas. Yeah, thank you very much. Just past 3 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl on day 3. Still 57 overs to bowl in the day after this. I guess if it's going to be a little bit like this, it could be interesting that we might not get all those overs in. We'll wait and see later on as Fuller comes in and bowls wide of off stump. Lamberby leaves alone. Score remains on 52 for 1. Thank you, Amelia. I think you've got a break. You have.
Yes, thank you. I shall make way for Charlie.
Amelia Clark. I'll be back a little bit later on. Former cricketer down in this way. And Charlie Harden, who did his first over of cricket commentary on the stroke of lunchtime, is with us. Local lad, plays for St Cross Club near Winchester. Started his own cricket podcast. Has played with 1 or 2 of these Hampshire players, haven't you, when you were younger?
Yep. My first Hampshire age group game was under Fletcher Middleton as captain.
There we go.
I know.
Here's Abbott. Comes in and short. Oh my word, that's a good bouncer. And right at the last minute, Sean Dixon jerked his head back to make sure that that didn't hit him. That's a really good bouncer. That really surprised him. Here we go with the replay. Abbott bowls. Oh my word, that is a really big jerk back of the head.
He
that
has
one.
Done well to get out of the way there, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
I was preparing to come on to commentary to say how Hampshire are desperate for a wicket, but a really important breakthrough there of Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, it was, yeah. 100 behind exactly Somerset as Abbott comes in again. Length ball, just gets turned around a little bit, Sean Dixon, as the ball goes out into the covers. You were saying earlier before lunch, for those that have just joined, that you've started this podcast. How long have you been doing it? How many followers have you got now? Is it popular?
So it's been a 5-month journey since the beginning. We've built up, I've built up to about 4,000 followers across all platforms. A few million views in there, so not doing too badly. Not the podcast itself, but the social media content's doing well.
Here's Abbott again from the pavilion end to Dixon. Dixon turns that away behind square on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly. Is he going to turn for two? He is. He's taken the throw on of Liam Dawson, who throws at the bowler's end. Fortunately, I think that's Mark Stoneman backing up. It does, and he does well.
Almost takes out Tom Lammonby at the non-strikers end there.
Yeah. So this is one that this is a podcast that you very much are going to carry on with for the foreseeable.
Yeah, for the foreseeable, Kevin. It's really enjoyable thing for me just to be able to sit down and just chat cricket, Kevin, as I'm doing right now.
Yes, you are. It's a length ball. Forward is Dixon. Plays that back to Abbott, who's into his 7th over, none for 22. And cricket commentary, looking something you're looking to get into?
Absolutely, Kevin. It's been a hobby so far on the side, and it's just such an incredible experience to be up here with the best view in the house, arguably, and be able just to sit here and waffle, but educated waffle, rather than...
Sometimes.
Yeah, well.
It depends who's on. As that's turned away square on the leg side. Educated waffle, of course, when Anthony's on. Maybe less so when I'm on. But yes, no, you're right. It's fun, and we all love it, and I'm sure and I hope that it all comes across, and you're hearing it all close quarters, of course, being up here with us on the gantry.
Of course. For
the first time, so you're seeing how the inner workings work. I mean, there is nothing to it really. We just write a rota and try and stay to it, and we come on and talk cricket. It's great fun. Yeah.
Sean Dixon just struggling to just quite hit his flow yet, it seems.
Yeah, 28 from 59, facing his 60th. Flicks it away nicely down to fine leg. That'll be a single. Flick to Middleton, your old mate. He's just fielded that one. Has he waved to you from down there? Has he noticed you're up here yet?
Not yet, Kevin. Not yet, Kevin. I might have to have a little chat with him after the game or something.
Yeah, you can shout down at some point. You never know. He might
send the listeners deaf there, Kevin.
There's a few people at this end of the ground who might look up and say, what's that going on above us? So Archie Vaughan gone for 24. Dixon is 29 not out. Lammonby is 2. 55 for 1. Somerset in their second innings. Charlie, take this over.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, Archie Vaughan just getting out in a fashion that could have been prevented, I think it's fair to say. Pulling out to the long leg fielder, well caught by Brett Hampton just a few minutes ago, as Sean Dixon is the man on strike. Fuller into bowl, hit straight towards mid-on for no run, picked up by Brett Hampton. The Kiwi.
Yeah.
Has he impressed you so far, Kevin? The overseas Brett Hampton?
I get the feeling that he's still getting, I don't know, getting familiar, coming to terms with things. It's been said that he's bowling with a different type of ball. Used to bowling with a kookaburra down under. He's bowling with a Duke's ball, which, as you know, has a slightly more pronounced seam. Maybe he's just getting used to that.
As Fuller bowls into Dixon, edge just past second slip, and will run away to the boundary for 4. Just outside of diving range for, I think, Toby Albert, who has had some back spasms. I wonder if that limited him there in his movement away to his right-hand side. But a false shot there from Sean Dixon.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too wide of him anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to Hampton. I think he's bowling. I think he's got something with his bowling, but he's 33. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you know, there's somebody. Are you saying about a 33-year-old? Yeah, he's got something there, but blah, blah, blah. I just think he's not quite accurate enough at the moment, and maybe it's something to do with the different feel of the ball in his hand. I think he got a really good ball today when he batted.
As Fuller bowls, played just squirt into the offside. There's they go through to a quick single and just missed a run-out chance as they get an overthrow as well. Who was that fielding?
Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins goes for a throw at the striker's end. Tom Lammonby running to the danger end. It was a quick single here, but it would have definitely been a close one for the umpire.
Yeah.
I think Lammonby was probably just about safe.
Yeah, looked like Lammonby had to burn slightly wide as Sean Dixon was running towards him. Yeah, maybe he's just one of those that just takes a little time to settle. Brett Hampton, I don't know. He looks as though he can bat, that's for sure. His bowling, he definitely got the attributes, but he just seems to perhaps, I don't know, he can't seem to put 2 or 3 solid overs in. I think if he did, he'd settle down a bit quicker. The umpires are having a look at ball here. Are they having a look at the ball? I think they are.
Don't know what could have damaged it over the last few minutes.
Was it something to do with the light?
Well, Sean Dixon's taken his gloves and his helmet off. I don't know if he's asking for some new gloves, although in the middle of an over seems a little bit unnecessary. But yeah, Brett Hampton in the first innings, 8 overs, 0 for 38. Got a fair amount of tap, I think, early on in his spell, especially.
Now, the umpires are taking a light meter reading at the far end of the ground. It looks similar conditions to last night when they went off with about 7 overs to go, and the lights weren't even on then. Umpires, I think, are happy for now. Now, we had an interesting situation at the Oval, what Hampshire did last week, Charlie, where Surrey were bowling late on day 3, I think it was, and they could only bowl an over a spin. And then the umpires would take a light meter reading and say, it's okay, so then have an over a pace. And then at the end of that over, they said, no, so you'd have an over a spin, and it went on like that for a good 10 minutes.
Blimey, it was a strange end to that test match, 4-dayer. Yeah. Wasn't it as well? Ending what could have been an incredible finish a little bit early on day 4. As Fuller starts again, shorter this time, ducked by Sean Dixon while taken down the leg side by Ben Brown for no run. But it is a strange rule, isn't it, Kevin? How days 1, 2, and 3, if there's if there's time lost earlier in the day, whether it's to rain or to bad light, they can add on time at the end of the day. But for some reason, on day 4, they don't add time on.
No.
Which seems a shame, especially when games come into such a good climax, just like the Hampshire-Surrey game was just last week. As Fuller turns around, comes the crease and bowls short, a wafting cut by Sean Dixon as a play and a miss. Through to Ben Brown for no run. The score is currently 61 for 1. Sean Dixon not out on 35. Just, as we said, just not quite in his rhythm as James Fuller took a tremendous tumble at the end of his bowling run-up. Looks to be all right, though.
Does look like it was a bit of an extra effort which caused him to fall.
Last ball here for James Fuller. Currently 1 for 23. Last ball to his 6th over. Comes into bowl. Played off the back foot for no run into the offside. Definitely no run there that time for Sean Dixon.
Full of 6 overs and 1 for 23. We'll do one more over together and you can do this over as well.
Thank you, Kevin. It's been a pleasure, I must say. But the lights are on. They've taken a while to warm up, but they're now in full flow, as the cloud has seemed to have just got a little bit lower.
Yeah, the light has definitely dimmed. But obviously not by sufficient amount for the umpires to take the players off. But you do feel that it would only have to dim a fraction more, and they might be off.
Well, they take that set reading, don't they? And then it's from that first reading, they're looking for how much more it has darkened down since that first reading, which is really the point at which they decide whether to come off or not. But they seem happy enough to begin this over here by Kyle Abbott, who will begin his 8th over. He's 0 for 23. Bit of a shuffle around in the fielders. We've got a fine leg. We've got 3 slips as Ben Brown brings a man into the cordon. Kyle Abbott runs into bowl. Played into the offside by Tom Lambie for no run. Ended up just getting picked up by the bowler, Kyle Abbott.
He's putting a good shift in here, isn't he, Kyle Abbott?
Yes, no, he's bowling well. He's working hard as he always does for Hampshire. But the field's set at the minute. We've got a 3rd man, point. Standing next to the umpire here. For some reason, the umpire hasn't changed sides. He's standing at point for the left-handed Tom Lambie. But we've got a mid-off, a mid-on, a forward square leg, and that fine leg with 3 slips waiting for the edge as Kyle Abbott bowls. Left alone by Tom Lambie.
Might just have straightened a bit. That is a good leave. We were talking this morning as well, Charlie. I know you've been here most of the day. That Anthony Gibson was talking to Steve Kirby, the coaching staff there at Somerset, and he was impressed. And I heard him say it actually later on that the way Nick Gubbins left the ball just outside off stump, felt that it put their bowlers under a bit of pressure and made them change their lines of fraction. And I think Lanaby there, that's an example, I think, of where Kirby wants the Somerset players to do the same.
As Abbott bowls, again left alone, this time a little bit late decision there from Tom Lamondine to make that leave, but you're absolutely right, Kevin, it is forcing the bowlers to bowl straighter. And Nick Gubbins especially looked very strong off his legs this morning, and I was very surprised when he fell. Actually, he looked in absolute control of his innings, Nick Gubbins, but then did fall in the 70s, which started a bit of a Hampshire collapse. But they got to 336 and ended up with a lead just north of 150. But since then, that is now a lead of 91. As Lammonby faces to Abbott, deflected just the third slip, well guided, deliberately played by Tom Lammonby. But playing that 4th, 5th stump region relatively well, I think, Kevin.
Yeah, but it's all very well doing it for a while. It's doing it consistently, of course. Lammonby guilty in the first innings of chasing a wide one. It's whether the bowler feels that, okay, you've left well this over, you may leave well the next over, but it's whether you keep doing that. Gubbins did it over a long period.
2 balls to go for Abbott as he bowls. Well defended by Tom Lammonby. Picked up by mid-off.
That's the thing. Those are the little sort of things that are going on in the middle all the time, isn't it? A lot of these players, they face each other, they bowl to each other quite a lot. They know most of the players, they know what they do and what they don't do. So even if you're a batter that says, yeah, I'm going to leave the ball a bit more now than I normally do, it's whether the bowler believes that you can keep that up.
A lot of bowlers with a lot more patience than others, I think, as Kyle Abbott comes into bowl. Final ball of the over. Again, pushed into the offside for no run by Tom Lammonby.
Right, well done, Charlie. We're going to do a double change here. Myself and Charlie are going to leave you for a while. And it's going to be Charlotte Taylor and Anthony Gibson who are coming in. Charlotte coming in this side. So the next voice you hear will probably be Charlotte Taylor's. And then it will be Anthony Gibson. If we can wake him up. Charlotte's wearing good knows what.
Good knows what will be a coat and a scarf. And no, I'm just being facetious now. It's definitely the coat's come on though, because it's dropped in temperature. But it is April cricket, so we don't really expect too much sunshine. Apart from that 2020 lockdown summer in April, which was it April? That was really hot. Was it July? I can't remember. I feel like it was April. It was really
April and
warm.
May, and there was no cricket.
But it was the nicest weather we had.
It was.
But it's not like that just yet.
Spin. Liam Dawson.
Yeah. Opted to for the first time today by Captain Ben Brown. Thinks he'll challenge Sean Dixon with some spin. He's 35 not out at the moment. He's got one slip, a short leg. And he's coming round the wicket to Dixon now. He bowls and brings Dixon onto the front foot. He tries to push a single into the offside unsuccessfully, picked up in the covers. And there is no run.
First time that Sean Dixon has faced spin in a championship match for some time.
Read into that what you will. There's a deep cover and a long off as well. The 2 men on the boundary. As Dawson's in again, and it's pushed Dixon onto the back foot. Plays it carefully back to the bowler in his follow through. 61 for 1. The score. And Somerset, they just trail by 91 now. So they're clawing their way back into this game as they try and get close to Hampshire's first innings total. Another forward defence opted to by Dixon. Fielder polishing the ball on his jumper. The jumpers are firmly on the Hampshire fielders. I don't think there's one person without one on at the moment, other than Liam Dawson, that's got the ball in his hand. He comes round the wicket again to Dixon, gets the outside edge as Dixon's trying to get off strike here. I'm trying to find a single in the offside. Doesn't find one again, only finds Brad Wheel at backward point. Lammonby with him, his partner, on 2 from just 10 deliveries. The score's 61 for 1. Dawson, 4 dots to start. He's round the wicket to Dixon, who pushes forward into a more positive forward defence. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, but look, I'm going back to through championship matches for Somerset. Of course, Dixon lost his place towards the end of last season, so it is some long time since he's faced spin.
He's having to do it now, and he's worked that one nicely off his hip. Square of the wicket on the leg side. They're going to look for a third here. They should come back for 3, and they do comfortably. As the ball makes its way back in from about a metre or so inside the deep square leg boundary, and 3 runs are taken, so that takes the score 64 for 1 now. Somerset, 21 overs have gone in their second innings here at the Utilita Bowl. The clouds have come over, it's definitely cold.
It is, and the umpires have taken a light reading, and they've had a chat as well. The light is gradually deteriorating. There's an unhappy baby.
I was just going to say, if you can hear that.
Dear. Oh dear, probably on one of the balconies below, hotel balconies. Here comes Kyle Abbott to bowl his 9th over, bowling to Sean Dixon, who won't get a run here as he pushes that out into the offside. He's on 38. Dixon.
He's looking busy though, isn't he? Like he wants to score, he wants to rotate the strike. He's just struggling to do it at the minute.
Yeah, he's paid 1 or 2 unnecessary shots at wide balls outside his off stump. Fortunately for him, didn't make contact. Abbott steaming in, bowls and gets this one to bounce at Dixon. Plays it well, keeps it down, no run. Out into the onside, just the occasional ball still misbehaving. Just watching that on the replay here. Just takes his bottom hand off the bat. But none for 23. He's looked more menacing in this spell than he did in his opening spell from the hotel end. He's from the pavilion end now to Dixon, who's up on his toes, punching that without getting a run. Up to mid-on. Archie Vaughan. I think Hampshire must have been watching some footage from the Sussex game, because he got out twice, pulling the ball down to fine leg, long leg. And I think Hampshire had seen that, and that was a plan that came to fruition. It is a weakness of Vaughan's. Have it in and bowls a bouncer, which Dixon ducks underneath. And it's a shame because he was batting really nicely.
Yeah.
You know, very straight bat in defence. And he'd seen off the new ball, done the hard work, and exactly as in both innings at Hove, having done the hard work, he then gave it away with just a rather casual, lofted pull shot. And should be something that's fairly easy for Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, to sort out. Abbott bowls. This is driven straight by Dixon, but not timed, and fielded by Brad Wheel coming across at mid-on. But other than that, I thought Archie Vaughan looked very cool, calm and collected.
Yeah,
and he has the technique to be an opening batsman.
Yeah, definitely. Just needs to get sort of a couple of things. It's almost like a wish to score, isn't it? Finding a balance between the want and the need to score, and you know, a short ball. Well, you think you could pounce on that.
He just needs, if he's playing that shot, he needs to keep it down, not hit it in the air.
Just control the rolling of the wrists.
Yep. Have it in and bowls, and this one bounces again on Dixon and takes him in the sort of midriff. He just gives his tummy a bit of a rub, but no harm done. End of that over, 64 for 1. Kyle Abbott, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. And what's Somerset now? What, 88 behind. And Dixon has 38, and Lammonby hasn't had much of the strike so far, just 2 from 10 deliveries.
Yeah, Dixon, he's battling hard here actually, because he struggled early on. He struggled to get off the mark initially, and he's gone through some patches where it's been tough to score, and he's almost been stuck with the strike a little bit. Finds a single off the end of the over and those types of things that makes it a little bit more difficult when you're in a bit of a patch where you need to battle your way through it, but he seems to be doing it at the moment.
Who have we got under the helmet at short leg? Who does that?
I think it usually is someone like Tom Prest. I can't see. Usually someone's short in stature anyway.
Not for Somerset, isn't it? Tom Banton is about 6'2".
Dawson comes over the wicket then to the left-handed Lammonby that gets a big inside edge and goes behind square on the leg side. It's Fletcher Middleton in there.
Turning sharply out of the rough outside the left-handers off stump. I think Somerset, well, he's turning the ball into Lammonby, which makes it a little bit easier, but there is plenty of rough for him to work with.
Absolutely. He's bowling into that now, Dawson, and forward in defence is Lammonby on this occasion. Lammonby, 2024 leading run scorer for Somerset, was that right?
He was, yep. He got, I think, 961 runs and batted very well throughout the season. First season batting at number 3 rather than opening the innings. It seemed to make all the difference.
And he's got an outside edge this time off his bat as he pushes forward. The ball's running away towards the pavilion end down the slope, and will just trickle over the boundary edge for a welcome boundary for Lammonby, although not in a convincing fashion as it goes past the left hand of Tom Prest at first slip.
I think he was playing for the spin there, which wasn't there. Ball just went straight on, took the outside edge. But
picks up 4 regardless, 68 for 1.
Gulls circling. There's a great black-backed gull just gone over. All sorts of interesting gulls you get here at the Utilita Bowl.
As that one's full and worked up to long on nicely by Lammonby, all along the floor. Another single collected. Nick Gubbins does the fielding. It's currently in discussion whether he's going to come up for the right-hander. I think the answer is no, he's going to stay back at long off. And the fielder at deep cover will come up to try and stop the single. Dawson round the wicket then to Dixon, who's forward in defence once again. No run taken. Another dot ball. Dot, 4-1 dot for the first 5 deliveries of Dawson's second over in this second innings. 69 for 1 Somerset. Dawson bounds in once again and trying to cut is Dixon. A little bit too close to him to cut. Just nicely plays it off the back foot to Stoneman at extra cover. And it's another dot to finish the over. 69 for 1. Lammonby on 7, Dixon 38, not out, and Somerset currently trail by 83.
Yep, and just a little bit in it for Liam Dawson. Bowling into the rough. Steve Kirby didn't think that there would be much of this pitch for Somerset spinners when I asked him about it last night. Sean Dixon last year for Somerset, 6 games, 10 innings, just 173 runs at 17.3 and a best of 72.
Well, that's a record that you want to improve on for 25.
Absolutely.
And important to get the good performances early in on the season and give yourself a chance, get yourself in.
Well, he's made the start here, but he now needs to go on. It's Lammonby on strike though, as Brad Wheel comes in from the pavilion end, and this is turned down to Hampton at long leg for a single. Lammonby on to 8, Somerset on to 70 for 1. Somerset are going to make this game safe. They will need to bat the rest of today.
I've got an email here you might be able to help me answer, Anthony, from Peter Brown, solentcricket@gmail.com. How come they even think about coming off a bad light when the lights are clearly good enough for day-night games, when the light is much worse, sometimes dark?
I don't understand it any more than that. Oh, this comes off a thick edge down to fine leg where Nick Gubbins feels, but that could have gone almost anywhere. It was a loose shot from Sean Dixon. That's what he's prone to. He'll bat solidly for over after over after over, and then go after a ball that, in that case, that was wide outside his off stump, playing a big off drive. No, I don't see what the difference is between daylight and artificial light. It's just light, isn't it?
As long as you can see.
Yeah. Lammonby tucks this into the onside for another single, moves on to 9, 72 for 1, and nobody has ever been able to explain this to me as to why this should be, that when the umpires believe that the artificial light has overtaken the natural light, that they have to come off. Bonkers.
It's a cricket mystery.
But the fact that the lights are on may affect the way the ball behaves, as this is Dixon won't get a run up to mid-on. Except, are these LED lights here, do you know? Or are they ordinary floodlights?
I think they're ordinary floodlights.
Well, if they're ordinary floodlights, what happens, according to Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer who knows about these things, is that the lights warm up the atmosphere around them, the air around them, and that causes turbulence. And that, in turn, makes the ball behave differently. Yeah. This is driven by Dixon without timing. They're going to take a quick single and get there safely enough for Stoneman Fields, which is why in day-night games you often see the side batting when the floodlights come on in more trouble than earlier on or even later on. It just does seem to have that effect. But with LED lights, they don't generate the heat that conventional floodlights do, so you don't get the same effect. As Wheel is in and bowls, this is turned nicely by Lammonby, but cut off by Stoneman at mid-on. End of that over, which was the 24th of the innings. 50 in theory remain in the day's play, with Somerset on 73 for 1, but I would be very surprised if we get 50 overs in, particularly as the umpires are having another chat.
Thank you, Anthony. I think you're being relieved.
Time for me to go.
By Amelia. You've answered my question about the floodlights, and that's answered Peter Brown's question as well. Another conversation between the two umpires out in the middle. I'm assuming it's to do with the light once again. I haven't seen the dial come out, but it might just be a little conversation between the two. Somerset 73 for 1, trailed by 79. As Anthony just made reference to, I don't think we'll get through another full 50 overs just because of that light issue. Dawson to start a new one from this, the hotel end, as he's round the wicket on the back foot is Dixon. Pushes that one up to Nick Gubbins at long off, and they collect another single. It takes him into the 40s. He's 41 not out.
Although you were saying you haven't seen the light meter come out, I don't actually think it came out last night when the final decision was, before the final decision was made. They just seem to
just know.
Yeah.
They've done it for this many years, they just know.
They just know.
Dawson in again, over the wicket this time, off the back foot again is Lammonby. Pushes that one to long on, where Nick Gubbins remains, just in front of us here, down to our left, in front of a little collection. There's usually a little collection of fans. Can't actually see because I'm so small.
Yeah, they are down there.
I'm assuming that they're still there.
Goodness me, that's a telescopic lens and a half over to our left.
As Dawson bowls another full delivery this time to Dixon, who tries to work it leg side. Where am I looking?
Just below the scoreboard, just walking off there. I think he's just moved. Ginormous telescopic camera lens.
Some good pictures,
yeah,
my friend. Round the wicket again is Dawson. He's disappointed that one hasn't beaten the bat of Dixon. Good delivery, angles it back in. No run taken once again.
Don't forget, if you do want to get in touch, we are solentcricket@gmail.com. Please do send us your emails. We love hearing from you.
A full delivery, driving is Dixon. Outside edge once again. Finds Fuller at cover. Can't get a single, Dixon. He's in a bit of a struggle at the minute where he's struggling to rotate the strike in periods, especially off Dawson. And especially when that ball is full. That's where Dawson wants to be. Full at the stumps. He's in again. Just on the pads of Dixon. Half an appeal, but it was sliding down and probably high as well. A good over from Dawson, challenging 2 singles off the first 2 deliveries and then 4 dots to follow. 75 for 1. Somerset trail by 77. Lammonby 10 not out. And Sean Dixon, he's fighting his way through a tough patch. He's 41 not out. Dawson's bowled 3 overs. No maidens, 0 for 10. Unlike Liam Dawson does not have a maiden. Usually in there, especially early on.
Absolutely.
Bowls a maiden or 2. But he's bowled 3 overs, and I probably should cut him some slack that he's allowed to maybe not have a maiden in his after only 3 overs. But
yeah.
We're just so used to him being so prolific with the ball and the bat. Being the MVP for the last 2 years.
Well, we're going to have a changing of the bowl to Tom Prest is going to come in from the pavilion end.
And I'm wondering if this is a conversation, between the umpire saying you've got to bowl spin now. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like possibly, or whether it's been a tactical change. Maybe they think the wicket's just moving a little bit more out there. Just see if they can get a little bit more movement going through it.
Yeah, sometimes
Force an
if it's
error.
really dark, they say no. You're only bowling spin. I'd like to see Nick Gubbins though in his leg spin. I love watching Nick Gubbins bowl.
Yeah.
Always eventful.
So Prest is in from the pavilion end. And that's just tapped off on leg side. And the roving fielder will come and pick that up. They managed to get back for 2.
Brett Hampton running around to his left to do the fielding. Good athlete. Haven't seen him yet for his next blast with the ball.
Prest is in again, doesn't waste any time. This time it's pushed off down towards long off. And they'll go for 1. Still a few people here watching, which is nice.
Yeah, Easter Sunday, they're sticking around. It's great to
Absolutely.
see you all, and if you're listening.
I hope you're not too cold.
Yeah.
We've got our big coats on up here.
Yeah,
Prest shines the ball a little bit more.
it's definitely not cricket weather. I would not be happy if I was trying to bowl out there right now, trying to keep my hands warm.
That's the
Especially
thing,
if the
isn't
ball
it?
was being belted back at me as a spinner, I would not be happy.
Yeah.
But it's what we do. One of the perks of being on the other side of the fence. I can say that now.
Prest in again. Straighter this time. Worked off on the offside. And it'll be picked up again. Only the 1 scored this time. Prest is, he's only conceded 4 runs this over on his first over. He's in again. Doesn't waste any time. This time around the wicket. Straighter again. Worked off square of the wicket. And they'll run for 1.
Well, they're throwing the helmet around. Don't do that. Toby Abbott throws the helmet to short leg. Fletcher Middleton, get that on your head, drops it.
Pressed in again. Over the wicket this time. Straight past the fielder that had come in short to sort of alleviate that possibility, but not to be.
They're opting for the short leg for the right-handed Dixon, but obviously not for the left-hander.
And that's the end of the over. So 7 scored off that over. For Prest, no wickets taken.
And the last wicket fell when the score was 50 for 1. The score's now 82 for 1. So even I can do that maths. It's a 32-run partnership between these two. It's a good one so far, 'cause it's been a tricky period actually. So between these two, they're negotiating and navigating their way through the innings, just trying to help claw Somerset closer and closer to that deficit, which now stands at 70 runs.
And elsewhere in the grounds, we've got Yorkshire trail Durham by 95 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Essex and Warwickshire. Warwickshire require 194 runs to win with 6 wickets remaining.
It should do that.
Absolutely.
Dawson starts a new one from the hotel end. Comes over the wicket to Lammonby, who's back and defending the ball back to him.
Sussex and Surrey are playing. Surrey trails Sussex by 73 runs with 7 wickets remaining. And Warwickshire play Nottingham, and they need 242 runs with 9 wickets remaining.
Well, that game at Hove has been a bit of a frantic one. A big first innings score by Sussex as that one's pushed into the offside. Out to deep cover by Lammonby. Another single is taken. As the fielding's done by Brett Hampton. 83 for 1. Dixon moves to 43. He'll be wanting to get that 50 next to his name, that's for sure. And settle some nerves as he starts a new season for Somerset. Angling the ball in that time, Dawson, trying to cut off the back foot. He's done that a few times, Dixon. And struggling to get the ball through the offside to pick up a single. Dawson in once more. Big shot from Dixon, a big heave actually. Trying to get the ball over the infield on the leg side. He rehearses the shot. He kind of missed by a lot. We've got a gathering of people now watching the live pitch feed. If you're watching it once more, and it was a definite heave, a bit of a slog sweep out to deep mid wicket. He's got away with it. Anthony Gibson's relieved that he's got away with it, but a rash shot as he tries to get rid of some of this pressure that Hampshire are building on him. And Dawson drags his length back just a touch as he works it leg side and in a more conventional manner straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. He's just feeling the pressure. The big shot tells you that. Dawson in once more, and back does Dixon go. Dawson pushing him back, having a few words, giving him a stare. That's the end of the over.
A very quick over there.
Yeah, he does get through him
Dawson.
quickly. 4 overs, still no maidens, 0 for 11. Somerset 83 for 1. And they trail now Hampshire by 69.
There's an announcement going around the ground, but I couldn't quite hear what was being said. If you are in the grounds today, don't forget there is an Easter egg hunt for any kids that want to enjoy. There is a few things dotted around. I think you can get a scorecard from reception or ask around, and I'm sure the stewards can tell you. As Press comes in again, push straight back to him by Lammonby, who remains on strike.
Surely if there's an Easter egg hunt, they're all found by now. Surely.
I think it's more of like a trail, and then you get a prize at the end. But yeah, you never know. There might be a couple of kids who still want to have a go. Press not hanging around at all around the wicket, and it's just playback. Lammonby doesn't seem fazed by that at all, and it barely gets off the strip.
Well, it looks like they're down 2 overs in the over 8, which might be why they're trying to catch up a little bit.
Yes. And again, this time worked off square of the wicket, but no run scored. As Press resets from behind the umpire, around the wicket he comes. And bowls a full length delivery that time again, worked off just about mid wicket, but no run scored. Hampshire holding them nicely. Prest will be happy if he can get a maiden over here.
Yeah, just trying to build the pressure.
In again. Fuller even. And yeah, a maiden over there for Prest. They'll be happy with that. Holding Lammonby. And Dixon will now take the strike.
83 for 1, Somerset. And just bustling around now, Hampshire, trying to find a way to take another wicket. If they can take 1 or even 2 wickets before tea, that'll be an absolute bonus, I think. Tea is at 4 o'clock, Kevin James, still. So another one, or 2 if they can, put them in a really, really good position. Dawson in again, left arm round the wicket, defending is Dixon. That's more conventional to the shot we saw in the last over. Similar delivery, actually. But that was definitely a more conventional forward defensive option that was chosen. No fielders out on the boundary. Is he going to try again to try and clear the fielders?
No, not this time. He's learnt his lesson from that last shot.
He's saying, no, I'm just going to defend these few, watch a few more. But if he's got an aggressive mindset, it's hard to switch that off sometimes when you just want to score. It's on 43, trailed by 69 to Somerset. Just drifting onto the pads, and it hits short leg on the half volley. That's Fletcher Middleton in there doing the fielding. Temperature's dropped again, I think, in the last couple of minutes. It's really quite cold out there.
It's saying it's 15 degrees on my watch, but I don't believe it.
No, I don't believe that either. Another defensive shot opted by Sean Dixon.
Let's see.
It's definitely not 15 degrees.
It says 15 degrees feels like 5. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, that is about right. I don't understand that. How can something be 15 degrees but not 15 degrees because it feels like 5 degrees? I just don't understand. Please tell me. Just drifting on the pads again, gets that one past short leg, does Dixon. He's going to come back for a comfortable second.
We need to get some Kevin James science explanations going in a moment.
But he's coming on after this. You've just thrown him a gauntlet now to try and pick up and,
No, at all.
and deal with that question. But it's just something that I just never have understood. But
Well, if you know, please email solentcricket@gmail.com. If you have any meteorologists in our listeners or viewers on YouTube.
another defensive shot by Dixon. Just 2 off the over, off the penultimate ball off that one. Somerset 85 for 1. They trail by 67. I'm leaving for Kevin James.
Yes, Somerset 85 for 1. As Charlotte said earlier, they trail only by 67, so they'll be quite happy with that to come into their second inning. Sorry, Hampshire scored 336 off the to trail. So we're in again, pressed, and that's just been pushed off to leg side there, behind the wicket.
We've got a double change, Amelia.
We
actually.
do.
Yes, you've got a break.
I'm going to go as well.
Yes.
Goodbye then.
Thank you. Early tea for Amelia and Charlotte Taylor. 4 o'clock fixed tea today. Here's Tom Prest with his off-spin around the wicket. Lambie is pushing forward out on the offside and there is no run. Yes, a bit of a gloomy picture out there at the moment. Hampshire, as well as trying to get their over rate up a little bit, they're -2 currently. I think I've been instructed just to bowl the spinners because it does look a bit dark out on the offside again from Lambie off the front foot. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, no disrespect to Dawson and Prest, but the teeth of the Hampshire attack have rather been drawn by the umpires, saying you can only bowl spin.
Yeah, there's just nothing there for the spinners, is there, really?
No.
It's pushed out on the offside, there's no turn, it's no bounce, really, so it's just getting through the overs, isn't it?
Dawson can bowl into the footmarks outside the left-handers off stump.
Yeah.
He's got 1 or 2 to turn from there.
Lambie's off the back foot, can't find a gap in the covers, though. Steers it to Fletcher Middleton.
So pleased for Sean Dixon getting some runs at last. He's had such a struggle. Last time he got any decent runs for Somerset
Pushing forward Lambie, end of the over.
it was almost exactly a year ago when he got 72 against Notts at Taunton. And that was his highest score of the season. He only scored 310 runs in 10 innings in the championship last year.
So
and a question for you on Sean Dixon. What does Sean Dixon and Tom Banton have in common as a cricketing distinction?
Do you know this, Alex? No, he doesn't. There's others in the country that... right. Well, look, I could say a million things and they would all be wrong, so I don't really know.
They're both triple centurions. Dawson bowls and Dixon turns this into the onside. Sean Dixon in his second innings or his second game for Kent when he joined them, scored 318. So, sorry, it was the second year. His second year with Kent, scored 318 against Essex.
Okay.
This time he lays back and cuts away through the offside for 4 to take him on to 49. And rare loose delivery from Liam Dawson. Just dragged that one down and gave Dixon the opportunity to cut, which he took with some aplomb. 91 for 1. Somerset on this gloomy Easter Sunday afternoon, with the floodlights shining out more brightly than ever. Dawson to Dixon, who comes watchfully forward. His highest score for Somerset in 2 seasons prior to this, only 82 not out. That's when he carried his bat against Essex at Chelmsford. This time he won't get a run, as that's played into the offside.
So it begs the question: is how comes he's still opening? If he's had
well,
an average year or two.
The trouble is that the alternatives haven't done any better, as he's propping forward. The alternatives being Andy Umeed, who's given an extended go towards the end of last season without taking advantage of it, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's in the Pakistan Super League at the moment, and also was tried without much success. This is turned away into the onside by Dixon, won't get a run. End of the over. 91 for 1. All sorts of alternatives have been suggested, including Jack Leach come up from number 11 to open the innings. I've suggested that James Roux should open the innings, or at least when his brother Thomas comes into the side after he's done his A-levels, and Thomas can keep wicket and James can open the batting. But well, it's been a real problem area throughout last season. Matt Renshaw, the Australian, opened in the first half dozen games last season and did pretty well, but I don't think he was available to come to Somerset this time. Otherwise, I think if he had been available, he'd almost certainly have been signed.
Yeah, interesting. The umpires are looking decidedly as though they're close to taking them off, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to take another reading.
Yeah. While we wait for the reading, Brian Bosley, and I remember Brian, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, it's delightful to still be listening to you on the ECB Cricket channel and video. Many years ago, in 2003 up to 2008, I met you at the BBC Radio Silent Golf Tournament. That's right, we used to do that just over the way here. And I think we are going off. Yeah. I'll quickly read that, and then we'll give you a summarise of what's going on. During an injury period, I went around the course with you on a buggy. I remember that as well, because I thought, well, this is quite a hilly course, and I enjoyed the buggy.
Poor old Kevin, he couldn't manage to walk around it. He had to go around in a buggy.
It's a bit hilly at different times.
Dear.
Brian says, now 83, I still love my cricket, but due to health problems, no longer play golf. Radio Silence Trophy is still with me and in pride of place. May you keep on commentating for years to come and watching the current Hampshire versus Somerset game. Brian, great to hear from you, and thank you very much for that. And the players are indeed making their way off the field. It'll be an early tea by about 7 minutes, with Somerset in their second innings. 91 for 1, 49 not out Sean Dixon, and Tom Lamberby is 18 not out, which means Somerset currently trail in the game by 61.
And I, for one, would be amazed if we get any more cricket today. Looking at the cloud cover.
It's slowly but surely the light has deteriorated, hasn't it? But you feel like it might be hanging around like this for a while. So we will take a break, of course, and rest assured that as soon as there's any play, whether this evening or hopefully tomorrow morning, we'll be back with you. But let's hope there's some play later on today. Utilita Bowl, where after a delay through bad light, where they took tea, we will shortly get some more play on day 3 of this county championship Division 1 clash between Hampshire and Somerset. The situation in the game is that Somerset in their second innings are 91 for 1. They trail by 61 runs overall. Sean Dixon is 49 not out. Tom Lammerby is 18. The players are not far away from being in position. Our commentary team is still here and intact, although a few more items of clothing on as the day has gone on. Charlotte Taylor is still here, former Southern Vipers off-spinner. Amelia Clark is still here, and to take you through this first period of plays, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Bristol and BBC Somerset, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony.
Yeah, bit of a surprise, really. I must say I didn't think the light would improve sufficiently for play to restart, but it has. But I suspect the embargo on quick bowling will remain in place. It's still pretty gloomy here.
Yes, and it's going to be spin to get us going. And in fact, when the players took a slightly earlier tea, just before 4 o'clock, it was 2 spinners that are operating. And here we are with Tom Prest to get us underway. The off spin, and that's immediately turned on the leg side by Lammerby. He moves on to 19 with that single, and Somerset move on to 92 for 1. There is a minimum of just under 35 overs left in the day's play.
In theory.
Very much in theory. Looking at the scene in front of us, it feels just as gloomy as it did when they went off a bad light.
35 overs, it takes us up to 7 o'clock. I can't see us still playing at 7 o'clock.
I agree. Staying round the wicket is Prest to Sean Dixon. 1 short of that half century, plays it back to the bowler. And there is no run. Yeah, it feels almost the same as it was about 50 minutes ago. So we'll be surprised to see some seamers. There's his half century. Quick single on the leg side. And there are some Somerset supporters around. I presume the Hampshire supporters are clapping it as well.
His teammates are out on the balcony as well to applaud that half century. It's been a long time coming. First half century for Sean Dixon for Somerset for almost exactly a year.
108 balls, 6 fours as Lammerby hits that into the offside in the gap, and he'll pick up a single, moves on to 20. 94 for 1. I'm not sure if this is suiting Hampshire, this situation, because mind you, when the seamers were on it, the wicket did look a little easier. These two have played very well, actually. Archie Vaughan was playing well till he was out for 24.
There's more in it for seam than spin, though, surely.
Yeah, there is. There's been no turn for anybody. Comes down the wicket and lofts it high over mid-on. Sean Dixon, beautiful shot. Has it gone all the way? No, 4 runs. It has gone all the way, but it's bounced before it's gone over the rope. Nice shot from him. Wow.
Yeah, he used his feet well.
He did, didn't he? Hits it nice. The off-spinner coming round the wicket, of course, the angle, he's hit it nicely back on the angle as well.
I think he's achieved his objective as well, Sean Dixon, because mid-on has gone back to long on.
Can't quite find the gap as he steers that to mid-wicket. End of the first over after the break has brought us 7 runs. Somerset 98 for 1.
So what, Somerset now 54 behind. Well, they might eradicate the deficit if we get enough overs in before the light deteriorates again. But the important thing for Somerset is not to lose any more wickets this evening. I think victory in this game is a pretty distant prospect for Somerset, given the uncertain weather forecast, particularly for later on tomorrow afternoon. It's looking pretty dodgy.
Yeah. I think the draw is looking increasingly likely, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, having had a deficit of 152 on first innings, Somerset would be
happy.
I wouldn't say happy with the draw, but not dissatisfied with the draw. Let's put it like that. Dawson then to bowl to the left-handed Lammerby. He's back on his stumps and pushes this into the offside. Takes a single. Moves on to 21. Tom Lammerby yet again making a start, as he has done in every innings in this county championship season so far, but he's yet to go on to make even a half century. Dawson bowls to Dixon, who's conventionally forward, won't get a run.
It's funny, isn't it? Both sides saying after day 2, oh, there's a long time left in the game yet, and yet all of a sudden we're here, and there doesn't seem enough time left to get a result.
Dawson to Dixon, no run. As that goes out into the offside, picked up by James Fuller. Got a slip in the short leg. Fletcher Middleton under the helmet at short leg. Tom Prest, I think that is at slip. Dawson bowls short and missed out there, did Sean Dixon. Didn't really time his back foot off drive. Picked up by Fuller again from extra cover. Short extra cover. He's there to cut off the single. Dawson gives this one a little bit more air, but again no run as Dixon plays it up the onside of the pitch. Dawson, that familiar slow approach, just breaks into a trot. It's short and again a little quicker that time from Dawson. Dixon's looking for a gap on the onside. Can't find it. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 99 for 1 Somerset, 21 to Lammonby, 54 to Dixon.
Yeah, so a 50-minute break or so, which included the tea break. Has brought the players back out here. And most of the crowd in that time, such as it was, looks like they've either all gone inside, and I'm sure there's a few gone as well, given up for the day. And I must admit, we weren't sure whether the umpires had come out to say, well, it's too early for all that, actually, thinking about it. Pressed bowls, it's turned away on the leg side by Lammonby. They have to be hurried here as Dawson at mid-wicket picks the ball up, but not cleanly.
You made a very good point about the light when we were chatting, when the players were off, about the this ruling about when the artificial light overtakes the natural light. It's and the red ball is a big factor in that. Yeah,
it is. I mean, I know there's been lots of discussions, isn't it, about county cricket not doing itself favours when there's no rain and they're not playing. As off the back foot there is Dixon, steers that up to mid-off. It was reasonably deep, but they don't take a single. I do think at some point in the future that you will get to some point with the light not good enough for a red ball, as that's pushed out on the offside by Dixon, where you then just, in the rules, is you switch to pink ball, and you have black sight screens, and you switch to that, and it's the same for both sides. And there is a line. Oh my word! He's played and missed, and it's beaten everybody. It's going down towards the boundary below us. Down on his knees is Tom Prest, and Ben Brown has his hands above his head. That is very, very close to the stumps.
Certainly was.
I'm going to watch this again. As he bowls to Dixon, and it's just beaten the off stump.
Yeah,
it's just gone on with the.
It's just gone on with the arm.
It
It wasn't an exaggerated turn or anything like that.
Was it?
Dixon just playing down the wrong line.
102 for 1, playing for a bit of spin that wasn't there. Press bowls again. Dixon just steers that into the gap on the offside. I don't know what you think. I mean, I just think it's, especially with all the money that's been floating around there, because it wasn't just the 100 sales, but some of the counties actually were sold either fully or partly.
Including Hampshire.
Yeah, well, yes. Well, that was done before, wasn't it? It's down the leg side, and they're claiming a catch behind. Not out, says the umpire. Ben Brown, for the second time in this over, has his hands above his head.
Well, it's twice that Mike Burns has turned down a loud appeal for a catch behind. We won't. Well, I'm not sure what if it didn't hit the bat, I'm not sure what it did hit. There must have been something.
Because there was gap, wasn't there? The bat was away from the pad, but yeah, it's difficult on this angle, isn't it? On this distance from us. But yeah, I just think
the trouble is the pink ball behaves differently to the red ball, doesn't it? Why can't they make cricket balls that behave in the same way, whether they're weird, red, pink, white, or purple?
I don't know. But they can't.
Here's Dawson to bowl to Dixon, who's pushing forward. No run.
But don't you think the day would come when, you start a championship season and you say, right, when all light meters go below 3, or I don't know, whatever the number is, and it's not raining, you switch.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that would happen.
Dawson bowls. This is short, cut, not timed, comes off the bottom of the bat out into the offside. Yeah, I think it's something like that. For people who, I mean, there's hardly anyone here now, but it's not good customer relations. As Dawson bowls to Dixon, no run again as he defends. For people to go to cricket and it's not actually raining and playing conditions appear to be perfectly okay. The floodlights are on, and that's what floodlights are for, and yet there's no cricket.
Yeah. It almost renders the floodlights being on a waste of time.
Quite. We've got a silly point now as Dixon drives. No run again, back to the bowler Dawson. Just a couple of moments of uncertainty in the last couple of overs. Tom Prest almost cleaning up Sean Dixon in the last over, and then a big appeal for a catch behind from Tom Lamonbeer. No run again as that's played back to Dawson. The partnership is intact. It's now worth 53 for the second wicket. Dawson bowls, tosses this one up. Well, doesn't toss it up, just gives it a little bit more air. Doesn't really toss the ball up very much, does he, Liam Dawson? He's nagging away on an accurate line, varying his pace, varies his flight as well. Very experienced, very skillful, slow left armour. 103 for 1.
Yeah, just going back to that, change of balls and that. I also think that, whether people are in the ground or not, I think is immaterial. I think it's for the sake of the game. Let's be honest, if we could get all the overs in tonight and have a full day tomorrow, let's just say, for instance, there wasn't any rain, but it was bad light because it looked like it might rain, there's still a real chance of a result. But there's a good chance because they're already talking about the light now by the looks of it, and because of, there might be some bad light tomorrow, even in between rain showers which are forecast, they're going off.
I think what was going on there was that Hampshire were going to bring on a quick bowler in order to force the suspension of play on the grounds that you mentioned earlier on, just now, Kevin, that coming back on with the spinners operating doesn't really suit Hampshire at the moment. They'd sooner be off and wait until they can get their seam attack going and get in amongst the wickets. At the moment, they're just allowing Somerset to get nearer to eliminating the deficit without any realistic chance of picking up wickets.
Yeah, I agree. And, it's a shame because they're the one wicket taker, James Fuller, 1 for 23. I think we all want to start a 4-day game knowing there'll be a result. We want to see some good cricket over 4 days, and whoever wins wins. And you'd like to think over 4 days the side that's played the best cricket wins. So that's fine. And sides are going to be behind at some point over those 3 or 4 days, and and what have you. And it's going to be to and fro. But you want to see a game played out. And I just think in this situation, we could play if we went to a pink ball. Now, it might be in this particular situation to Somerset's detriment because they look pretty happy out there. They don't really look like getting out. But if a pink ball suddenly came to play, it might go all round swings and hoops and whatever, and they might lose 5 wickets for extra nothing. Well, that's the way it is on that occasion. It might be later on in the season that Hampshire play at Taunton and that happens to them. Well, over a season, let's just accept
it ought to even itself out.
Well, you'd hope it would, and at least then we get, we keep playing cricket and we don't have this situation where, yes, it's gloomy, but actually, could we actually still be playing if we had a pink ball?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Although I always think that, from my experience playing cricket, it's more difficult for the fielding side when the light is bad than it is actually for the batsmen who've got the sight screen to see the ball against. When you get, here is pretty good actually, the seeing, because there's so much white. But if particularly in village cricket, club cricket, where you've got trees all around the ground and hedges, it's very hard to pick out the red ball against the dark background when it's coming at you like a shell in the outfield.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, no, I think we can all accept that with red ball and the way the rules are, that yeah, I wouldn't want to face anybody medium quick in this light. No way. I wouldn't want to do it in good light either, really. Right, that's that for now. The umpires are still out there in the middle, so I guess while they're standing there,
all is not lost.
Correct. That took the words right out of my mouth. Right, we're going to be back with you again as soon as there's play. Hopefully there will be, because the scoreboard is showing a minimum of 31 overs left, so we could be here for a while. Let's hope we get some. If not, we'll be back tomorrow morning.